Oh God, oh goodness, oh gracious. I started this way before I was prepared by total accident. So please disregard the general silence at the moment. I'm gonna put on some tunes and I will continue preparing. so dark in here. I looked so weird. What's up? I sort of forgot I hadn't turned the light on yet. I got distracted with the Discord, and I was all discombobulated. And so I accidentally started the stream early, and then I wasn't prepared, and it was a whole thing. And so I figured I'd just go live. I'd start chit-chatting a little early. What's up, Special Low? Hello. How are you? But yeah, I don't know what the fuck is up with YouTube's ads, cuz I honestly I need to have monetization on, primarily because like half of the revenue for any given stream and any given VOD, honestly, at this point, comes from YouTube Red. And YouTube Red doesn't even care how many ads the people experience. It just cares that monetization is on. So I don't know. I have the ads automator off. I have no idea why it insists on giving ads anyways. Like, these are here. You want to see a little behind the scenes action? Wait, so that's Critical Role. Yeah, these are the live ad settings. This is fucking it. You can either let YouTube insert mid-rolls for you. Recommended. It's terrible. I never do it because for as good as YouTube is at so much, their sense of where an ad should go is fucked. It is not good. I spent like all of yesterday, or not all of yesterday, but all of like the work day yesterday, just going through and replacing all of the ads on VODs. And so I just have it on insert mid-rolls manually. And that's it. These are all of my options. So I have no idea why it sometimes just like throws them in just whenever it feels like it. I do not understand. Currently the ad blocker wars, it seems. Yeah, it's just weird that like they don't expose that like pre-roll control. I guess that's just it. Is that you don't get to choose pre-rolls. You only get to control mid-rolls as a streamer. I don't know. Yeah, it's super weird. YouTube's so good at so many things. But the ads they're strange. When they work, but they're strange. I'll say that. But let's see. I had an idea. Ads with income, so they have to have some ads. Yeah, probably. But one thing that I was actually already planning on talking about, but then there was a Discord conversation about it. About potential, about the timer, talking budget, all that. I do think I have started to come to a calculation that I think will work for the talking budget. I did not implement it this time. So the talking budget might still be fucked. But I have a good idea of how I think it should be constructed, because right now the numbers are basically random. For being honest, I have like kind of a mental construct of like what they should, like how to base them, but they're basically random. And also, right now they run even when I'm talking, which someone pointed out in the comments. They were like, "Hey, I noticed something weird about it." The truth is, it's just way easier to run the decrement all the time than try to actually detect when I'm talking versus when I'm not. That detection mechanism is really complicated. And so throwing in the decrement like on-off control as well into that is also really complicated because the decrement is run by like a timer, not by like an actual like state mechanism. Anyways, all that is to say, I think I'm starting to figure some stuff out. I think I've got some ideas. And the transcripts are getting a lot easier. Because they're getting way easier because I think either I'm crazy and this has always existed, or I think OBS exposed some extra stuff in their API that I can now access. So now I can get really exact time codes for like when everything happens. Before I was like estimating, so it was within like any given time code I had in the transcript was within like plus or minus 2 or 3 minutes of being accurate. Wasn't great, but it gave me like a general sense. Now I have exact, precise, to the second time codes, which makes like setting, like, you know, figuring out where the breaks are, where the intro is, all that sort of shit way easier. So, yeah, that's all been good. That's all been cool. Yeah, and I think, I guess I'll do another, I mean, this isn't so much housekeeping as more look forward to. So I think there's a possibility that I'll be on either on tomorrow or Monday. Maybe. Big maybe. It'll really depend. Because I have a lot of editing that I need to do. So it'll depend on how quickly I get all that done. And then on Tuesday, the PHP comes out. The 2024 PHP. 2024 PHP. I can't figure out what time it comes out. If anyone knows what time it comes out, please let me know. 2024 PHP release time. I've looked at this. I've looked this up several times at this point. It only ever says September 17th. It only ever gives me September 17th. So I don't know. Oh, wait. A week ago. Wait, maybe I haven't searched this in maybe a week. That's maybe fair. What time? Oh, wait, this was 12 days ago. Oh, they were saying for the early release. Like with any pre-order, it varies depending. Likely it will be after maintenance, which is supposed to take until 9 PST. By 11 PST, you should get it. Pacific Standard, so that's, God, what is that? 3 hours off of me? 2 hours? I think 2 hours off of me. So, and that's later. So it might be in like the afternoon. Hopefully I'll have a better idea on the day, or on like the day leading up to it. I'm going to schedule the event for that soon. But I don't want to do it too soon in case they do just like announce a time, because I'd rather not have to like change it. Clearly you just need to create a complex system that tracks precise audio levels to estimate vocal strain. I mean, look, I won't say I haven't considered something along those lines. But honestly, at this point, vocal strain isn't as much of an issue. I've realized that the amount I actually talk on any given stream, I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but it's just like certain streams are just in like different leagues of like vocal strain and talking. And that matters a lot more. So like, the stream type matters way more than how much I'm actually like talking within that type. So I've realized that vocal strain at this point is mostly a function of just what types of streams I'm doing that week. So the budget at this point is majority meant to help me stay on pace during stream. That's the majority of the reasoning. Mustang, welcome back. Member for 9 months. Thank you so much, Mustang. I just realized that my backend thing doesn't show me when members remember. If you have remembered or membered for the first time and I haven't called it out, tell me. Because I am just now realizing that this little chat function that I have on the end, it used to show me when members joined. But it didn't this time. So let me know if I ever miss yours. Sorry I've been away. I have issues. No worries, Mustang. This is not you have no obligations here. This is entertainment and good times, and that is it. If you can't make it, that's all good. You gotta take care of yourself. What up, G Hercub? Hans? Hello. Raven? Hi. What up? So yeah, Tuesday at the latest. Just not certain what time on Tuesday. So hopefully I will know soon. Also, Hans, thank you for the membership. Right as I say something, thank you so much, Hans. I need to add in fun little graphics. At one point I was working on that, but I was working on it in like a different software, and then I stopped using that other software, and then I haven't gone back to working on it since. But I need to reward members more audibly and visibly. But thank you so much. What up, Michael? Hello. So yeah, I don't know when that'll be, but Tuesday. Hopefully I will know soon. If not, I will probably just hedge towards it being later. So if I don't end up, like, if it gets to like probably like end of day tomorrow and I can't find like a for certain time, then I will probably schedule it for like 3 or 4 Central. And we'll go from there. But yeah, we're going to be looking through the new 2024 PHB. I'm excited. I've been avoiding so many videos about it. I've been so avoidant on any news or any info, which has been very tough. So I'm excited to finally be able to like sit down and look through it and get all my opinions formulated and out of my head, because I had so many opinions during the playtest, but then I stopped paying attention to the playtest because I didn't want to be like constantly making videos and like updates about it. I just wanted to have one big release to get it all out. What's up, Cheeky Monkey and Bad Wolf? Hello. But with that all said, oh, and then no Critical Role next week. Well, there will be Critical Role, but I will not be live doing Critical Role. So you guys will see the react that I filmed to Liam's one shot. That'll come out on Wednesday. I'll set it to a premiere. So you guys will all be able to watch it and comment together. It'll be weird because I won't, be pausing while you're talking. But yeah, you can all get in and watch it. And that should be hopefully a good time. Mega prediction. Do you think they fixed the Ranger? Probably. Well, it depends on what you mean. It depends. Because, like, the problem with Ranger is ultimately that they are a class that's class fantasy, kind of largely revolves around exploration and survival as like general concepts, and D&D 5e does not have a super robust exploration pillar. So there's only so much they even can do to it. Like, I think that 5e, or the 2014, whatever, I think it went after more of the class fantasy, but the class fantasy just doesn't really fit in 5e at this point. It's either too powerful because, the DM like leans into it a little bit, or it's not powerful at all because the DM doesn't lean into it. Either way requires like DM interaction to balance the class, which is like the ultimate problem. Now maybe they figured out how to strike the absolute perfect ultimate balance. I think Tasha's was fine. Like the optional rules in Tasha's that like modified base ranger, they were fine. Like I think that they made it more usable, but I also think it, kind of started to stray away from the original class fantasy. So it's tough. The more usable they make it and the more like of a real D&D class they make it, the more it will probably not achieve the fantasy of Ranger. So I would personally rather it be usable. I would rather be usable and interesting, even if the actual mechanics don't align with people's image of Aragorn or, these more classical Ranger fantasies. I would just rather it be usable and interesting. So from that perspective, I don't know. If they have any guts, they'll do that. But who knows? Who knows? All I can say is I like new Monk. That's cool. That's cool. I'm glad. Monk has always been very controversial. I had to delete the message, unfortunately, because they were definitely referencing things from later campaigns. And that's why, but someone commented on the Tiberius video talking about characters that they liked. And one was definitely referencing a monk. And they made some like offhand comment about how Monk was bad. And it's so interesting to me, the discourse around Monk. Because I think the discourse around Ranger, even if people don't like really nail it down completely, I think they at least get in the right general areas of critique when they talk about Ranger. The conversations around Monk so quickly devolve because of Monk's like base design. Which, to like put it out there, I think that Monk is a very good class. I think it's a really good class. I think the problem with Monk and what makes it like controversial and what makes people think that it's bad is that the Monk's whole shtick of like not using weapons, not having armor, and moving really fast are all three things that sort of fall into Ranger territory where they require DM like interaction to make good. Like the fact that you don't use any weapons doesn't really fucking matter unless there's a reason that like weapons can't be used by anyone. And then it really matters. Same thing with armor. And then movement, as we've discussed ad nauseum on this stream, when it comes to encounter design, if you are just doing like a blank default, there's an enemy and y'all circle around and hit them, movement so doesn't matter. It like almost negative matters. And so like those like core parts of what Monk is really, sometimes do or don't matter. But then at 5th level, Monk debatably gets the best feature in the game with Stunning Strike. Stunning Strike. It's an argument. It's an argument to be sure. But I think one could make the argument that Stunning Strike is just the best feature in the game. Just flat. And So it's this very odd thing where like the majority of the class is bad. It's either just strictly bad or it falls into ranger territory. But then it also has the best feature, and the rest of the class just gives you more key for more opportunities at Stunning Strike. So it scales. I don't know, man. So Monk is weird. I would really like to see. I think Monk could be made really good. And really fun and really interesting. But right now, it's like, it's not even a glass cannon. It's just a one-trick pony. It's a one-trick pony. It does the thing, and everything else that it does is basically window dressing. So, old Monk was mad and really key hungry. That's also true. That is also a thing that I personally, and I mean, you can argue, I think that mad is also one of those concepts. And for people who don't know what Hoovie's saying, mad is multi-attribute dependent. So 5e Monk is Monk unarmored defense. Is Dex plus Wiz, I believe? Yeah. So unarmored defense is dexterity plus wisdom. So you need both of those. You also need dex for your attacks. But because you are a primarily melee combatant, unless you take Sun Soul, I guess, which I do like Sun Soul, because you're a primarily melee combatant, you also need con. Like, you need con bad, especially because your hit die is not good. It's like 1 above minimum. So you're not naturally going to have a lot of hit points, so you gotta have con. So that's why they say that Monk is multi-attribute dependent, is because it kind of needs 3 attributes to even function, just at base. And if you're using something like Point Buy, and you want to max out your 3 important attributes, that's 15, 15, 15, and then the rest of your attributes have to be 8. Which kind of sucks. Now, the reason I say it's debatable as to whether or not it's a bad thing is because some people will argue that a class being more mad kind of almost forces a certain type of character, and some people are into that. It's I think the same people that generally support like racial bonuses. Oh, are you leaving? Yeah. Goodbye. Love you. It's like the same people that support like having the ASI or ability score improvements within the races, of like, oh, if you're playing this type of race, you should be encouraged to play this style of character, which MAD does encourage, but I personally don't like that. So, but how does Monk smell? Once I played Monk with a mobile feat, and in one White Room combat, I would just run up to an enemy, punch, run away. They could not catch up. I mean, that is fair. But that's another thing that is weird about Monk, is that they don't have to have mobile, but if you're not taking mobile, it's kind of weird. So I think that's like kind of the thing with Monk, is if you want to make their movement useful, their movement kind of isn't entirely useful on its own, unless the DM goes towards it. If you want to make the movement useful on your own, you have to take a feat. And you don't have to take it, but then it makes it a lot worse and all these things. So it is, that's why I say it's a controversial class. I'm playing a Monk right now in BG3 and loving it, because BG3 is super rewarding to high movement. But yeah, it's weird. Would love a small section in the 2024 DMG talking about encounter design caveats for classes and how to make them shine in campaigns. 2014 doesn't touch on the mechanical fantasy. That would be really cool. I would agree. That would be super cool. Like, basically a section. I mean, if they even wanted to do a little pandering, a little fan service, they could literally call the section like "Shoot Your Monks," Which is another factor towards why monks require so much DM thought. Anyways, but yeah, it's like what kind of combat or encounter elements really certain classes really benefit from, and what will challenge certain classes, because I think that is really fundamental. And you'll hear me talk about it during Liam's. I was actually kind of impressed with Liam's adversary choice and like the way that he constructed the final combat in his thing. I actually think it like really dispersed a lot of the responsibility and gave a lot of people different roles within the combat, which is I absolutely agree. Same thing we talked about during the Kevdak fight of like, if you want to make this class shine, you can challenge them by doing this thing that really like fundamentally counters them, or you can do this thing which may not seem like it's weak to them, but actually it is really weak to them because of these aspects. So I fully agree. That would be really, really cool, especially to see it from the designer's perspective. That's one of the things I liked about the playtests, is that they always put in the designer notes. You had the companion YouTube videos. Seeing it in the DMG of like, these are the things that we think make classes shine in encounters would be really, really cool. I had that issue about not having enough Gon because I was focused on Dex and Wiz. Ended up getting knocked out because our group only had 2 upfront fighters. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because that's just how a monk is, which is kind of lame. I think that they're and it doesn't have a lot of out of combat stuff. I don't know. It's yeah, monk is weird. Wait until Mega sees grappler. Don't forget about strength for grapple. Oh yeah. You also, I mean, yeah. Yes. I saw the original rework of Grappler back, like, I think it was still in 2023, when 1D&D first put out a rework of Grappler. I saw it, and it was like, you could, I don't remember what like being grappled gave you on top of it, but you also could like restrain them, but you had to restrain yourself at the same time. I don't know if they changed it at all since there, but I'm super excited. I'm very, very excited for Tuesday. So with that, I'll stop talking about it because I'm psyched for Tuesday, and it's going to be a good time. And I'm sure that we will have a plethora of conversations once I really, really see it. So with that all said, the break started there. Timestamp for after the break. There we go. And this will, I mean, I was about to say that this will be a short stream. I just realized that this second half is technically longer than the first half. So may or may not be a short stream. Might be another 5-hour stream off of a 1 hour 30 minute or a 1 hour 15-minute video. Who knows? But the time is stinky. With that, yeah, I don't have any takeaways, really. Well, I mean, I do. I normally do takeaway after a full episode. But in general, Sildor was interesting. Sildor is a very interesting character, very not basic. Because I think it would have been very easy to make all of the backstory for them incredibly basic. Or not even basic, but just how do I say it? Standard, I guess. That would have been super, super easy. So I think it's very interesting that it wasn't. And I would claim that it wasn't. So yeah. He's Yeah, a complex character. I keep wanting to say like a complex villain, but even villain sounds not entirely accurate. He's a complex sort of adversarial force within the lives of the twins. So yeah, I liked it. And it's not unmuted. One day.
Murdered terribly in the streets of Singorn.
One day I will remember to unmute it beforehand. 2606.
Let's dive back in. As you guys make your way through the city of Singorn towards the palace to the northern, what would be the kind of northern side of the city, eventually you come upon the large, kind of slightly swirling stairs that lead to the front, the large brass and ivory surrounded doorway that leads to the interior. You guys have not actually been inside this palace before. You've only seen it from a distance, as your father would not let you get too close to the political center of the city. As you make your way up the stairs, you can see guards, the Bavarian guards step out in an aggressive and defensive way, but the guards to your sides immediately put their hands up and signal them to put their arms down and to stand at ease. You guys are brought to the front, the door is open, and a small, elderly elvish gentleman comes out, his long...
This is something... There's something that Matt just did there that I have debated on. I actually don't know that I've ever directly commented about it because I'm still not entirely sure how I feel about it. Where, like, right there, he said, as you make your way up the stairs, you can see guards, right here.
The Bavarian guards step out in an aggressive and
defensive way, but the guards at your sides immediately put out their hands to put them at ease. Matt does it's an interesting thing that I don't think would stand out to me, but it seems to be a little bit of almost an ism of Matt's where he highlights the things that they have done. So in this case, he is highlighting how the guards would have reacted had they not had their own set of guards that are going to let them through, that are going to basically be their representatives, right? It's like if they would not have, gotten this official audience, this official invite, if they didn't have the guards escorting them, they would have been questioned at the gate. It would have been kind of a whole fucking thing, right? And that's what like Matt is displaying here. But it's a little strange if I like squint and think about it too long, because this sort of implies that the guards almost never see randos getting escorted into the palace with other guards. Like, I would very much understand, like, distrusting looks, aggressive looks, but Matt essentially narrates the thing that would happen if they didn't have their entourage, and then negates it by highlighting that they do have their entourage, which is not what would probably actually happen when they have an entourage, right? Like, the guards are not... I don't think the guards would assume that these other guards in their entourage have been taken hostage and are now being, like, led into the palace, right? They would see, oh, it's randos with some guards escorting them. Go on ahead. Maybe they pull one of the entourage from the guard aside and are like, hey, what the fuck is this? But they're not going to... It's like very... It's almost like a Clockwork Soldier type of reaction, like an if-and of like, we're going to do the thing no matter what. Then we'll check to see if they have an entourage. And this is like and the reason I bring this up again is because I don't quite know how I feel about it, but it's something that Matt does relatively often of... They have done this extra thing ahead of time, and he gives them a little peek at what would have happened if they hadn't done the extra thing, even if it isn't that it isn't that grounded in what it feels like would actually happen if you think about it for too long. But also because it's just essentially like an alternative scenario, it's not that ungrounded that it totally breaks the scene. Because it does have some amount of grounding. You can, easily think to yourself like, oh yeah, that's what they would have done if we didn't have this. And there's also an argument to be made that he could be using it to vamp, which is fair. Again, I keep on bringing up kind of rewarding the player. He could be doing it to like drive home the player choice and like how much their player choice matters. He could be doing it to play that up a little bit. But I do think that it's a style, and it's a I don't even know what to call it, a technique, I guess, that I do think ultimately often makes the scene a little bit less, I don't even want to say realistic, but it makes it a little bit less grounded. It feels a little bit more like a story, like it feels more metaphorical, poetic. Rather than a dead accurate recreation of what happened even within the fictional situation. Right? That's why I say and chew on this a little bit yourselves, because again, I'm not really sure how I feel about it, but I've latched onto it happening enough times that I feel like I need to come to a decision on how I feel about it. Because it's an interesting technique that I can't say I've seen a lot of places.
Defensive way, but the guards to your sides immediately put their hands up and signal them to put their arms down and to stand at ease. You guys are brought to the front, the door is open, and a small, elderly elvish gentleman comes out, his long white hair almost touching the ground as he kind of shuffles up. He brings a small monocle up at the side of his face.
Yes. Do you have business within the palace?
Good day, mate.
Yes. Good day. We do. We have a meeting with High Warden Terilda.
Let me see your paper.
Oh wait, I didn't even see G. Here comes. I forgot about it. You asked if Vex's title is for real, and then Percy confirms it. But I say he's being a bit ahead of himself. Cassandra's the Lady of Whitestone, so Percy would have to ask her permission. Well, that's what I more meant, and I don't know. I honestly chose not to think about it too much in case chat was spoiling it. And like I decided like not to like talk out my thoughts too much. But more of what I was asking when I asked if Vex's title is for real, I mean, I believed that Percy was actually trying to give it to her. But I was like, did Percy get into contact with Cassandra? Because yeah, he's an ambassador. At most, I believe. And I mean, obviously he's a member of the royal family, but I don't think he can give out titles like that. So yeah, I agree. A little presumptive of him to do so. I mean, he hasn't been around. We haven't really even talked to Cassandra a lot. In all reality, she's probably given those titles away by now. Like those titles and like those homes and those plots of land are probably taken at this point. She's probably reappointed people to fill those roles. So I mean, I maybe he has the capability to grant unlanded titles. But that's definitely not how he puts it. He definitely implies that it's landed. And that like she has the house that Scanlan burnt down. Now maybe he's making a joke. I don't know, but yeah. But Cassandra can't govern out titles. She's an NPC. So true. Imagine if Kaz just said no. Dude, I would love a scene later where Cassandra pulls Percy aside and she's like, Percy, I already assigned those titles. I can't retract them. They've already been acting in official duties. And Vex isn't even going to live here. Why does she need to be landed? Just just very like quietly confused at him. But yeah, like I said, I didn't want to like push into it too much because I wasn't sure if that sort of scene does occur and if people at the time were like were potentially being spoilery. But yeah. I agree. I think Percy is stepping outside of himself a little bit. If he hasn't talked to Cassandra, now maybe they have fucking secret span read technology that we're not aware of, but I don't think they've talked about it.
Oh, I see the right
Yeah,
here.
right there.
Very well, follow me, please.
He turns around and walks his way into the building. You all follow suit and are led through the main entryway into the palace itself. On the inside, you could see these giant archways that the pillars that hold them up look like trees that spread out at the top, like the stone bowels actually hold a canopy made of marble with beautiful portraits and long artistic renditions of the creation of Singorn and the people, each bloodline that has progressed and taken on the central political structure of the city as it goes. You can see busts of people who have been of historical importance to Singorn. And eventually you're brought to the very end of this hallway. Amongst a series of other offshoot hallways and doors, there is the next portion of this journey, this large central chamber. The door is already partially ajar. You are led into what seems to be the equivalent of a throne room, but it appears that there's a half-circle table in the center of the room and a series of chairs that now sit empty across from one side, your side. The other side of the table you see sitting quietly and patiently is an older elven woman. You can see the gray in her hair and the crow's nest at the corner of her eyes, which in elven years means she's quite old. She's probably close to 150 to 200 years old by your gathering. They can live quite a long time.
I haven't talked about this in a while because it hasn't been relevant in a while, but I definitely know, like, at some points during Vasselheim, I got on Matt a little bit for, like, over-describing environments and especially, like, architecture and, you know, all these fine details. But I didn't get on it during the Raven Queen Temple, and I didn't get on, and I'm not going to get on him here for it now, because I think that the big point of this manner and mode of description that he's kind of engaging in right now, of really a lot of substantial, flowery language, not only is a good vamping technique, like we have talked about. That's a good example of a time that I got on him, is when he was really over-describing the Briarwood's rooms. And yeah, it is environmental storytelling, but sometimes over-describing isn't environmental storytelling. They're not always a one-to-one connection. I think in the situation where Vax encountered the Briarwoods in the rooms at the palace, those palatial rooms are not the Briarwoods. So any description of the room does not say anything about the Briarwoods. And at this point, we've gotten enough description about the Iman palace or castle. I don't remember how it's referred to. We've gotten enough description to where we have an idea of the architectural and the fiscal, I guess we could say, tastes of the Iman royalty. And that's, I think, the big thing is, like, we're about to interact with the Raven Queen. We do a lot of describing about the Raven Queen's temple. We're about to interact with Singorn royalty, whatever their title is. We're about to interact with Singorn royalty or Singorn government. We do a lot of describing about the Singorn castle or palace. And I think the disconnect and the reason that I was a little bit critical of that Briarwood over describing their rooms is because we're about to meet the Briarwoods, but describing their rooms in this palace does not give us more information, really, about the Briarwoods, unless we describe very distinct like differences or inserts or customizations that they have made. But that wasn't the case then. So it's a good thing for me to sort of caveat my own past critiques of this is good. The Raven Queen Temple, Raven's Crest, that's the name. The descriptions of Raven's Crest were good because those are all going towards characterizing the people that we're about to interact with, which I think it's also why I didn't get on him at all for, honestly, I would say he was honestly pretty reserved with his description of Singorn. I think it was like a paragraph at most, which for an entire city, decently concise, decently reserved. But even then, I think he could have gone on even a little bit more about Singorn if he'd wanted to, because we're about to have a ton of descriptive or a ton of interactions within Singorn. So over describing it makes a lot more sense to me, and I think is a lot more useful. I the other time I got him was in Vasselheim when they were just walking around through random areas, and the people that they were going to in those areas were kind of disconnected from the areas themselves. Like, Matt really heavily themed all of the areas in Vasselheim, and those themes like seemed to kind of connect to the people we interacted with, but only in like the broadest sense. So I think that maybe that's the more concise way to put it, is the more the environment is tied to the people, the more useful it is to describe the environment. I think maybe that's the more concise way to put it. Have you ever considered that maybe it's a Moby Dick situation and GNS is paying Matt by the word? No, I think it's the opposite, because sometimes he has to fucking cut the session. Unfortunately. I wish they were paying him by the word. Is that why Mega has a word count? Oh no. Matt has a talking budget. No. A bit he does. Happy y'all are doing good. Yeah, it's going good. But yeah. Yeah, I think that's the concise way to put it. Yeah. Anyways.
She'd be the equivalent of like in her early 50s, late 50s.
Not old enough for our party to kill mercilessly.
No, that's a whole different gauge.
Throwback Thursday.
Is she wearing a hat?
She's not wearing a hat.
All right, she lives.
The guard behind kind of ushers you guys forward towards the chairs. You all get the idea that you should sit.
Yeah.
We sit.
All right.
Are there chairs for all of us?
There are chairs for all of you, but Trinket.
It's a decent way to phrase it. We've talked on and off about like DMs telling players what they think, telling players what they feel. And I think that's a decent way to phrase it, because there is sometimes a gap that is hard to explain as a DM of like the vibes of a room, you know, the unspoken expectations that are kind of hard to put into words. And that's a decent, quick, shortcut way to phrase it, of you get the idea that you should sit. Now, they could very easily say, okay, good, I picked up on that, not gonna happen. They can very easily choose to act out of accordance with unbidden thoughts. But I think that's a good way to kind of encapsulate that. Is basically what's the phrase? Someone said it like 2 streams ago. Like, not unwelcome thoughts, not unbidden thoughts. What is it? Like thoughts that just come to you and you're not really like, you're not super purposefully trying to delve down that rabbit hole or down that thought train. I don't remember what they're called. But basically conceptualizing those sorts of DM comments. Intrusive, yeah, embodying essentially, it doesn't have to be like fully intrusive, because I think intrusive are normally conceptualized as like kind of negative. And it doesn't have to be fully that, but just like, yeah, like intrusive thoughts that you have that you can choose whether or not to ignore. I think that conceptualizing that as a DM is a good way to kind of shortcut communicate certain things really, really efficiently. And I think that's like kind of what Matt did here, of like, you get the idea that you should sit. Again, not saying that you are or that you will or that you need or that you absolutely have to. Also, my phone started ringing. But this phone doesn't. I got a new phone. I've needed a new phone for a long time. That phone was deleting my contacts and like deleting apps at random. It was awesome. And it would hang up at random and a crack screen. A lot of things were bad about it. So I got a new phone, but this phone doesn't have a silent mode. And so I think I just have, it only has vibrate or ring. I guess I can turn the ring volume all the way down. Or I could just turn it off. I think I'm just going to turn it off. I think we're just going to go with a power off sort of situation. Anyways. It's like as a DM, I can't tell you how you feel, but I can tell you how you'd expect this NPC want you to feel. Yeah. And I think that that's maybe the track.
Take a break.
Oh, take a break. Damn. It feels like time has flown. I think maybe that's the track to go down, is rather than saying, and maybe the next time that Matt does you feel this way or blah, 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 I'll see if there's a way that we can re-pitch it as a thought. Because I think that and it's tough because we are all used to both unbidden feelings and unbidden thoughts. But I think that unbidden, I don't know. Actually, now the more that I say it, if I just said, you think blah, 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 that might also be weird. I don't know. I don't know how to really pin this down. The last time we talked about this, of like DMs telling you how you feel, DMs telling you what you think, I struggled with it too, to really like nail down a good heuristic. And I still can't really get there. It has to be phrased in such a way, I think, that it invites the player to ignore it if they want. And I think that can be done with thoughts or feelings. And I think that like that's why I'm kind of latching onto like intrusive thoughts, because intrusive thoughts are pretty well established. Like, hey, yeah, you can ignore those. They're just an intrusive thought, whatever. It's not you. But I think that there are other ways of phrasing you think that sound more definitive. And I'm not sure what like the actual like vocal instinct there is. Your instincts tell you? Maybe your instincts tell you. That's a good way to kind of embody the intrusive thought mindset. I don't know exactly how you do that for feelings, unless you included the fact that like this feeling comes up unbidden. Because I think that is the ultimate thing. I actually think that's the real core of it. Is I think it's fine to tell your players how they feel, as long as it's clear to them that they, as the player, can ignore those feelings very purposefully. Like they can, as the player, as the character, they can ignore those feelings. And it could even be an interesting characterization choice as to how often you ignore those thoughts or feelings versus how often you like stick to them. that could be a really interesting characterization distinction between two separate characters. But how to actually like verbalize that is a little tough. I don't know. Your tie thoughts and feelings of senses. Yeah, like it's related to instinct. Yeah. You get the sense you're being invited to sit. Yeah, I think you get the sense that you're being invited to sit. I think that's a good, like, I think that the way that Matt phrased it was good. Because he phrased it very similarly to you, Wine. Or Win? Probably Win. You all get the idea that you should sit or that you're being invited to sit. Very similar to what you said. You get the sense that you're being invited to sit. It leaves a little bit of distinction between the characters like very conscious thought process and their more instinctual thought process. Because I think that the DM embodying that instinctual side is not only good, but probably underdone. Because it's kind of hard without adding in certain words and getting a little repetitive. But I think that it could be really, really cool as a DM to really try and embody that instinctual side and allow players to overcome their instincts or fall back on them. And that could be a really interesting kind of dynamic. But it's definitely one that would be a little hard to pull off. Yeah. Actually, I think Disco Elysium has some interesting ideas on the topic now that I think about it. Yeah, Disco does kind of have some interesting ideas on like your inland empire and like the things that like how drama is constantly wrong. But Disco is a weird game, man. If we want to be real, there's a reason I haven't played it in a while. And like I want to play it again. I don't want it to fully be thrown in the trash like Outer Worlds, but it's kind of on the shelf because it's tiring. It's heavy to play, and it's especially heavy to play on stream. And I do think, to a degree, part of that is like this constant like war within yourself of who you are, who Harry is, how your choices shape who Harry is, but how Harry is just Harry, kind of regardless of your choices. It's a very complicated game that makes me very tired. But I do think that there's definitely some things to be learned in regards to this conversation from that game. Yeah, you can almost hear the voice of your friend, mother, etc. Yeah. I can see that. Feelings that the world projects onto a PC versus feelings that the PC projects onto the world definitely should be treated differently. Yes. But I don't know how to phrase that. You know? That, because you're so right, John Elliott, but that's such a nuanced distinction. But I do think that that's kind of the core distinction that we're hitting at here. Yeah, something really interesting to think about. I'm going to take the break now that the timer told me to take like 6 minutes ago. So we'll take a really quick break. We'll come back and be thinking about that. I think that we're starting to nail it down as opposed to previous times that we've talked about it. I think we're getting there. I'll be right back. what up? I'm back. Hello. Let's play.
The idea that you should sit.
Oh.
We sit.
All right.
Are there chairs for all of us?
There are chairs for all of you, but Trinket, who currently one of the guards is kind of helping to put his hands out in front and keep back and be like,
No,
That's a good way to lose a finger.
I wouldn't mess with him if I were you, just to be safe. And I walk up and I give Trinket a kiss on the nose and I put him in his little Pokeball.
the guard kind of leaps back for a second. That's much easier. And
Just watch closely, buddy.
you step back, you all find your seats in this
Just
central,
my boobs, no big deal.
Buddy,
Big
buddy.
this meeting room pavilion. And as you all have your seat, you can see the High Warden waiting there patiently. Smile on her face, but definitely an expression that shows both intelligence and guard. As you all sit, she looks back at the group and asks,
So you've all come and made arrangements to meet with me. You've come quite a ways, and with very short notice. I'm curious as to what your reasonings are. Please, state your business.
You probably recognize the two of us, even if you don't know us. We're Sildor's children. This is my sister Vexalia. I'm Baxildan.
Strange. It has been some time since you've been within the city. Welcome.
Thank you.
We're back because we're searching for a certain bow. Fenthras. Said to be within the Merc something.
Bog the term.
Shadow Bog. Shadowmark Bog. That's the one.
The Shade Merc.
Shade Mark. That's the daddy. Yeah.
And it's not on a lark. We're not a bunch of fly-by-nights.
Shade Mark.
We've already stopped to see Vex's and my father. Over the last several months, we have been dealing a little more closely than most would want, but with the Conclave, these dragons. We know that you are struggling to do the same. We have felled 2 of them. And I don't say that to brag, just to impress upon you how serious we are. We've come a long way, and we are in need of help. Thank you, darling. I think that the city's intentions are in the best possible place. Brings me a great deal of personal satisfaction, actually. I would like to offer our aid in service of the very same purpose. And that bow, in my sister's hands, will go a long way to felling more of these beasts.
Well, you strolled in here with a great deal of arrogance and an air of self-importance. Not in a way that is negative, more in a way that means you aspire, and I hope not reaching beyond your means. If you have indeed felled these 2 members of the Conclave, as you say, then perhaps this errand to the Shade Merc is not as dangerous as one would expect. I would not deny you this, and if you indeed have these capabilities, you should have no issue surviving the Merc, you and your companions.
Sildor sent us here because he said you would know what we might face in the Shade Merc.
Well, the Shade Merc, as far as I understand, was once a very beautiful landscape. That once was the fountain heart of the Gilded Run. It provided the flowing rivers that spun throughout this entire region. There was an archfey many years.
Okay. We're gonna need to. I'm all kerfluffled. The dogs are barking, and this is still going. Actually, 1 second. We're doing separation training with the dogs, so I'm gonna actually just go shut them out. And then I will be right back, and we're gonna restart this because I feel like I have a lot of notes to take. One second. All right. I'm back. Okay. This seems like the transcript might be needed. Okay. This one's a very beautiful landscape. Delightful. So yeah, I do the really quick thing I was putting in before we actually started to like really need to take notes. The using arrogance as a neutral term, because there are other terms for arrogance that are more neutral. So it either characterizes the elves in a way that does make sense, not seeing arrogance as an essentially bad thing, or characterizes her in a passive aggressive sort of tone. Similar, if not the same. So the distinction between the two probably doesn't matter for the overall takeaway. It's interesting. I think Matt is doing a lot of honor to Vex and Vax's experience of Singorn as judgmental, while also showing, as in Sildor, a more complex view. I agree. That's why I'm saying like, that's why I mentioned it, like, you know, it characterizes the elves in a way that I think makes sense. Like I fully agree. Like with what we know of Vex and Vax's experience, them not seeing arrogance and self-importance, as she put it, as seeing them as neutral traits, does further characterize the elves in a little bit more detail, and very much honors Vex and Vax's experience. Or, I mean, the other alternative, like I said, is that she's just being passive aggressive, and that's not actually like the way the elves see things, which is also very distinct and decent characterization of her. So, okay, shade bog lore. It's time for bog lore. Get your sodas and your nitrous red, and let's get into the bog lore. I don't know what I'm doing.
This was the fountain heart of the Gilded Run. It provided the flowing rivers that spun throughout this entire region.
Wait, what was the fountain heart?
A very beautiful landscape. That once was the fountain.
So the Shade Merc was the fountain heart. Okay. Shade Merc was once beautiful. That's not how you spell that. How do you spell it? Beautiful. Landscape that was the fountain. There's some, I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but one of our neighbors is doing some manner of construction that freaks our dogs out, so they keep barking, and every time they do so, it comes out of nowhere, because I can't hear the construction while my headphones are on. Okay. I'm just going to highlight that, and then we're going to keep playing. And I'm just going to copy and paste it all.
The Shade Merc, as far as I understand, was once a very beautiful landscape. That once was the fountain heart of the Gilded Run. It provided the flowing rivers that spun throughout this entire region. There was an archfey many, many, many years before who was turned on by his beloved, who had been grown so spiteful, so full of angst and anger and vengeful thoughts, that it turned his heart dark and black, and he began to spill into the fane around him. It was there that these lands became the Shade Merc. It was there that he became one with the land and corrupted it and turned it. Dryads turned foul and shadowed. Other creatures began to crawl up from the bog itself, and to this day feed off the life of those they can reach. The only thing that holds its spread at bay is the Gilded Run, the rapids. Now, it's found balance, and we watch it spread, as those who have lived here for a long time do. It does not force any sort of immediate threat to any of us, and It serves its own purpose. It has its new, I should say new, hundreds of years now, it's built its own sort of life, its own biome. And we could not be ones to mess with that, if you will.
Huh. Okay. So it's sort of like, it's kind of like the pointy hat druid lich. Kind of. It wasn't as like purposeful, or they're definitely not the same, but it's almost reminiscent. Okay. Yeah, let's paste all this. Bog lore. And let's take a look at what I think and what I feel. I'm gonna be honest. This doesn't seem good for the moon tree theory. I guess, when did the sun tree get planted? I was picturing, I would have to go back and look at the lore. I wonder if I have the lore in the Whitestone, in the Whitestone doc. That was before I started like copy and pasting lore directly, or like, you know, direct like lore quotes. So I might not have it in such fine detail. The sun tree was directly related to Pelor and directly on top of the ziggurat. Yeah, I did not take details on when the sun tree was planted. Because to me, this doesn't sound... I mean, she said hundreds of years? It's been hundreds of years now. I guess Pelor planted it for settlers. So I suppose that could have been hundreds of years ago. I definitely conceptualized it more as thousands, that the sun tree has been there. But also, time is different. Time is different in the Feywild. So maybe... I don't know. I think I could bend over backwards a little bit to make it make sense, but it's not something that I would consider evidence towards the moon tree theory. Pretty sure the sun tree was before the founding of Whitestone. I thought that Pelor planted it to protect new settlers in the area. I could be wrong about that, though. And that's why they like worship the civilization god and not actually Pelor. Even though Pelor planted the sun trees, because he like planted it to like promote civilization. But that could be my own little headcanon. I don't quite recall. Ooh. Okay, it was once the Fountainheart of the Gilded Run. Which is also interesting. It was the Fountainheart of the Gilded Run that provided the flowing rivers that spun through the valley. But now it's not. But the Gilded Run still flows? The only thing that now holds it spread at bay is the Gilded Run, the rapids. So I guess it may be just... the Gilded... it was just one of the tributaries of the Gilded Run? Interesting to call it the heart, if the Gilded Run's like still around. But maybe the Gilded Run was just much more broad, and now it's like maybe just like a much more restricted solitary river. It's not as broad, it's not as wide, not as encompassing. I'm pretty sure it was a calamity thing. I don't know if it's ever said exactly, just an assumption based on it protecting Whitestone. I know that they said there has been like a full out explanation of the Sun Tree lore, or at least of the whoever they were talking to. They were talking to someone in Whitestone about it. I think the priest that was the double agent. They talked to him about it, and he gave us the lowdown on the Sun Tree. But at the time, I didn't think that the Sun Tree was that impactful, honestly. So I didn't take that many notes. I think the settlers found the Sun Tree and then built the city around it. Interesting. During the next theory stream, I might have to see how much these contradict each other. I mean, we always have the excuse of timey-wiminess. Time works differently, whatever. So it's always possible that these events could still line up, even if the timelines don't explicitly make sense. But, okay, there was an archfey many years ago who was turned on by his beloved. Who beloved? Who is this beloved? Who had been growing so spiteful, so full of angst and anger and vengeful thoughts that turned his heart dark and black, and he began to spill into the fen around him. It was there that these lands became the Shademark. It was there that he became one with the land and corrupted and turned it. One with the land. He could still be the tree. He could be the tree. He could be the tree. He could be the tree. If he's the tree, because if he's one with the land, how did he get Fenthros, though? I guess he just had it. He just had it. But it's interesting that it's like the heart. Maybe it's like, maybe the heart is less poetic and more literal. Like it's just literally in the center. Do we have anything else? Bow that felled the Titans, lost in the Feywild, acts as the heart of a cancerous tree. Maybe he needs the magical energies to keep the Shademark kind of sustained. I don't know. This is not at all what I expected to be the Shademark lore. I mean, I know that the Archfey has been mentioned before, but I thought it was going to be like the Archfey cast a curse, or the Archfey cursed Fenthros and threw it to the distance, and it became the tree. Like, I knew that there was an Archfey involved, but I didn't think he would be like the core of things. You know what I'm saying? Literally, it seems. Dryads turned foul and shadowed. Other creatures began to crawl up. The only thing that holds it at bay is the Gilded Run. Now it's found balance. Huh. Damn, I have no idea. Also, Vax really explicitly voiced wanting Vex to have Fenthros, but no amount of connection has been drawn to from Moon Tree to Sun Tree yet, so he might change his mind. Which, I mean, obviously it makes sense why he wants Vex to have Fenthros. Zam, yeah, wow. This lore, like, it all, none of it is, like, explicitly counter to the theory. But if I had known this lore when I was first developing the theory, I probably wouldn't have developed it. At least in the way that I did. Ooh, I don't know.
Well, the Shademark,
I'm
as
feeling a
far as
little
I
bit less
understand,
confident.
was once a very beautiful
Oh no, we're back at the beginning. Shit.
adult. the only thing that holds its spread, and we watch its immediate threat to any of us, and it serves its own purpose. Life, its own biome, and we could not be ones to mess with that, if you will. But it is dangerous, and it is, from those who have scouted far enough to see it, say it is akin to wading through an oil slick. It is to walk into a hungry swamp that never gives up its need to feed.
Sounds lovely.
Yes, quite. So,
You say you've lived here. I know the city goes back and forth between the Feywild. Do you travel more freely?
I haven't in my older years. When I was younger, perhaps. It is important to maintain an idea of the current state of the Feywild every few decades, perhaps every generation, just to be certain when we have to undergo this transition that we don't come into the middle of a war zone in its own right. But I grow tired in my older years and find myself chained to politics more often than not.
How did you make that transition so easily? I know that the threshold crests are how the city gets around.
Well, there are thin areas between the planes. There are doorways.
Right.
And we have magical means to send small scouting parties between the surveillance.
Go on.
Would it be
But
possible
I
to...
don't want to be a bother, yes, but do they entail any part of those threshold crests? I'm wondering because perhaps we might find ourselves in need of traveling as well.
We know we're strangers, but we read much wisdom and experience in your eyes, and it would seem that you have encountered this place yourself or have experience in the past with those who have, and we're just looking for an edge, really.
You make a persuasion check.
Oh, do I want to roll this one or do I want to roll another one?
just pick one.
Okay,
The ever polite Floor Bailey.
Oh, that's a good. I'm glad I switched.
300 fucking dice on this table.
27.
We have refined the art of creating the threshold crests. We have personalized enchantments that can be utilized for our trained spies, our trained guides, our trained scouts. We keep them under lock and key, but when an endeavor requires the transference between planes, we do, on occasion, allow these to go into the hands of our greatest guides.
If a party would be in search of an item that would be of great use to your survival, would that be worthy?
Listen, we know we're bastards.
Stop bringing up the bastard part!
Clearly. Look into my eyes. We share the same goal. Half of my blood is yours.
And this is a really good example. This is a really good example. Obviously, they're trying to get this for nefarious means. Well, not nefarious, to feed Gurmealy, whatever his name is. Garmealy. But this is a good example of like the type of conflict that they're being placed into right now. Of them sharing the same goal and them saying that sharing the same overall goal but having different methods of achieving those goals. They are asking for precious resources. I mean, even if they know how to make more, that probably requires a lot of specialized rituals and materials, and you know, they're probably not a dime a dozen on the corner. And so even if you share the same overall goals, if you disagree on methods, if you think that Vox's method of like searching out Fenthras and all of this is either a waste of time or just overly dangerous, overly risky, even if you share the same goal, you might not want to give up your precious resources that could help you achieve or execute the method that you think is more likely to achieve the overall goal. It's I mean, at the end of the day, it's kind of the base conflict of most political disagreements, especially like economic political disagreements. So I think it's a very human disagreement that we just often a lot of times don't see in a lot of fiction. We do see it. We see it often enough. I don't want to make it seem like it's like, oh, no one ever does it, because plenty of people do. But a lot of times it's a little bit too nuanced. And one of my least favorite things is when they put in this sort of nuanced conflict and then they later reveal that the other side actually didn't have the same goal in the first place. They actually had this evil alternative goal. So it's totally fine, and we don't need to worry about the, conflict repercussions. We don't need to care about if we actually agree with the methods of the heroes, because the villains, even though they claim to have the same goal, actually didn't. And so we can write their methods off. I think that's lame. I think that it's cool to have this sort of nuanced drama where you're all on the same side, but you still conflict, sometimes to bloody ends, about the ways of executing the methods towards your goals. I think that's cool.
And I want to kill the threat to your city and to all cities. I ask with complete humility. I know what I'm asking. Please.
Make a persuasion check.
Which one? Which one? Which one? Him or me?
Him.
Can I give him advantage? Can I help him?
Using luck.
Can I aid him?
No, he's got luck. He can do. He has his own.
Come on, you motherfucker!
I rolled the same thing, low number twice. No, that's a big 5.
Oh, wait, no, everything's 10. I thought everything was a 10. If you.
That is.
Oh, that's only for.
No, that's right. You're right. So that is. No, 13.
13.
It's just 13.
That's better.
So it's better.
Why did you talk? I think she would have listened to me.
I appreciate your intent, and I understand that our current paths will hopefully align in the near future. However, such artifacts are very important to us and the business within Single, and I mean no offense in saying that you are no longer residents of our city. As such, no, I cannot provide you with these crystals. However, when the time comes and you retrieve this bow that you say you seek, I hope that we can count each other brethren on the battlefield.
Can I look around the room? Are there like any doors? Like, can they open a jar leading into a bedroom with a hat on a rack?
Make a perception check, Rod.
Are there any guards in here with us, or is it just?
Yeah, the guards have led you in. They're just back by the front door you entered.
There's a hat rack and a Starbucks. That's what's in the room right there. It's a hat rack and a Starbucks.
19. Whoa! Natural.
I'm rusty on my rules. That should have been a 17.
Ooh!
What'd you roll?
I rolled a 3, but because of reliable talent, anything lower counts as a 10. 10 plus my persuasion of 7 is 17. I'm just rusty.
I understand. Same answer.
That is racist!
No, that is a very, very closely guarded item that would have required a roll of 20 or higher to succeed.
Damn it!
The whole time I was like, that seems wrong to me that it's so low.
Yeah, man, reliable talent's good for that reason.
God, why did your luck suck that time?
It's all right.
That's all right. Ross, glancing about the room,
It's over here. All right.
your suddenly strangely keen giant eyes in an elvish realm, you who can read patterns in rock and mountain faces, but when looking at finely crafted marble, it's just a big mess. See the very, very back of the chamber what appears to be an imprint into one of the sculptures, one of the almost silver and brass lattice work that tends to look like climbing roots and vines across the back of the room. There's a door that is recessed within that, though it's hidden in the sculpture itself. Now, unless you have other business?
I have a little bit of business.
Yes.
Reliable talent is a weird class feature. We had this conversation I think like 4 or 5 streams ago in regards to how like reliable talent relates to the College of Eloquence Bard, which people hate the College of Eloquence Bard. Oh my god. I've never seen more people say, now given this on Reddit, because that's I don't have Twitter. I've never had Twitter, so that's my main source of D&D zeitgeist. That and YouTube. And I've never seen more people say that they were going to ban a class at their, or a subclass at their table. And I get it, to be clear. But reliable talent is just an extremely better version of that. And someone commented on the video where I was saying that and talking about that, and they were like, well, yeah, it's because reliable talent is a 10th level feature, and most campaigns fizzle between levels like 7 and 12. So for the majority of campaigns, Rogue basically doesn't have reliable talent. Whereas College of Eloquence gets it at 3rd level. So it's they actually encounter it in the majority of games. Because yeah, I think you're right. It is a weird feature. There's a balance that D&D has to strike where they can put all of their nuanced mechanics can go into combat, because combat has the most mechanical depth. So there are the most things for classes to interact with and for class mechanics to interact with within combat. Social and exploration are much less mechanically dense. They're much more shallow in terms of their mechanics. And so there are just a limited amount of ways that classes can interact with social and exploration. And Rogue has like 2 of the ideas built within it. It has expertise, which is one of those mechanics that interacts with social and exploration. It theoretically can also interact within combat with like grappling, I guess, if you took like expertise on athletics. But it primarily interacts with like exploration and social. And I think that's we can't think of anything cool and thematic to give this class, so here have OP skill check rolls. Kind of. Because it's like there are just so many, there are such few ways to interact with skill checks. And this is, I think, the big ass if, you don't want to give riders, which was a core philosophy of 5e, was that they wanted to reduce the amount of riders from 3.5 and before. They wanted to reduce the amount of riders, and they wanted to rely almost entirely for that sort of thing on advantage. However, because of that, you can get advantage from a lot of places, especially on skill checks. And so they had to, there's just very limited options. Like, if we actually sit down and think about it, what can you really do to give Rogue an enhancement to skills, especially if you want it to be across the board, but just like an enhancement to skills that isn't expertise, which they already get twice, and isn't a rider, and doesn't involve advantage? I can't really think of any off the top of my head, and I'm not just doing that to like prove a point. I legitimately don't know where else to go with it. The only thing that I can go towards that I think they should have done, which I think would have been cool, is for them to add an exploding mechanic. Because I think that and you know what? Actually, here, let me let me give an option. Stone of Luck is close. I don't know what Stone of Luck is. What is Stone of Luck? Stone of Luck 5e. I don't know Stone of Luck. Wondrous item, uncommon. While this polished agate is on your person, you gain +1 bonus to ability checks and saving throws. Yeah, I mean, this is a straight up rider though. And they were trying to limit this shit wherever ever possible. I honestly think it's kind of weird that it exists as an item. What book did it get added in? I don't know that I can tell. If I had to guess, it was added in a later book that wasn't the DMG, but it might have been in the DMG. I don't want to. They absolutely do have riders for certain things, so they still exist. But I would bet that this was added later. All you is one spell, enhance ability. Yeah, exactly. Like advantage is kind of all over the place. Optional flanking rule, the help action. Advantage is all over the place, and I don't begrudge that. I think advantage is cool. I think advantage is a good-ass mechanic. But I think, and here's my pitch. Here's the pitch I'll make to y'all. I think that rogue should be the dice pool class. Because right now, the most distinct thing about rogue is sneak attack, which is good. That should be the most distinct thing about it. It's like kind of core feature, where instead of doing the classic martial thing that all of the other martials do, where they get multi-attack, instead they get sneak attack. So they can't attack more than once with their action. Instead, if they hit and fulfill some other requirements, then they get to add dice to the damage dice pool. Let me pitch you on something. They could have done the same with skills for rogues. We already have spells that do increase dice pools for checks and saves with bless or do the opposite with bane, guidance, resistance. These are very kind of core spells to the 5e experience. And I think expertise is fine. I don't mind expertise. But if you wanted to have like reliable talent, maybe give them an extra die that they can add to their dice pool when rolling a skill check. Be like, hey, you can always add like a D10 to your dice rolls, actually allowing them to reach higher heights than stroke of luck. Or if D10 is too much, because I mean that's like a plus 10 at max, make it the same as their fucking sneak attack die. Make it a D6, you know? Say like you can add a D6 to any roll that you're proficient in. That could be kind of cool, so that it isn't as reliable. Reliable as reliable talent. They might need to rename it, so that it's not as like crazy reliable, crazy consistent. But it has a little bit more of this building up a dice pool type feel. I checked it in Stone of Luck is in the basic rules. Damn, really? Well, there you go. That's why I was like, those do exist in the DMG and the basic rules. They definitely exist, but they're uncommon. Well, I guess this one's literally uncommon. But I think that sort of thing of like this dice pool sort of thing could give it a much more, I think, D&D 5e feel to it. Unreliable talent doesn't have the same thing to it, though. Maybe increased capacity or enhanced capacity or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, I think, and even you could have it be, you could do the same thing with expertise, I think, where you could, if you wanted, make expertise just increase the dice pool when rolling skill checks. Although I don't think that's necessary. I'm fine with expertise. But I think that could be interesting. I think that could be kind of interesting. And or I've always wanted an exploding dice mechanic in D&D. I think exploding dice are fun. So if they made the level 10 talent into some sort of exploding dice for skill checks, I think that'd be fun. Like if they roll a particular number, like if they roll 10, they get to roll again and add it. I don't know. Something like that. I think could be kind of wacky. Like I said, I'm just throwing these out there, but I think that some of those sorts of things of increasing dice pool, but I also know that I think it was a less important aspect than riders, but I also know that the 5e designers, all right, I shouldn't say I know, I think, if I remember correctly. I believe that the 5e designers also wanted to reduce dice pools. Now, exploding dice could still work. I don't know. But it's tougher to use exploding dice with skill checks because if you roll a 20, you're probably already doing fine. So I don't know. It's tough. It's tough to say. Oh, I just pressed play, and we still had that up. But I think overall, and maybe this is something that I'll be looking for in 524. I've talked about repeatedly how I just want classes to feel unique and to feel really distinct from each other. And I really understand them wanting to reduce riders, potentially reduce dice pool a little bit. But I think that instead of eliminating those, much like how I feel about concentration, I don't like that concentration is a everyone mechanic. I think it would be cooler if it was like a one single class mechanic. And I feel similarly about riders and exploding dice and dice pools. It's like make Paladin the riders class and make Rogue the dice pool class and make Fighter the exploding dice class. Like, I think that you could really tie a lot of these sorts of mechanics that they don't want to be like everywhere throughout the game. You could tie them to specific classes to make that class feel unique and distinct from its counterparts. Which they kind of do in 5e. Like they approach that. Like I said, sneak attack is just the dice pool version of multi-attack. And it has certain benefits and detriments because of that. It's way better with crits, but it happens to overkill more often and waste more damage more often than multi-attack does. So it has like positives and negatives, which is really cool. So yeah, that's one thing I'll be looking out for in 524. And that's the direction that I would go, is bringing those sorts of ideas and discussions into the other pillars. Like not just leaving them for combat, bringing those general concepts of a dice pool or exploding dice or even multi-attack. Like imagine if you had a version of multi-attack for skill checks. What would that look like? I don't know. But imagine they're, bringing those sorts of class concepts into the other pillars to interact with the D20 in special ways. Some subclasses get extra damage on crits and then can crit in the 19s, etc. Yeah, exactly. Like Champion. Champion, you could make Fighter the crit class. Absolutely. Where like Champion Fighter gets crits on 19s, that sort of thing. Yes, you're very on my wave, Q. So yeah, it's that would be like the general direction that I would like to see 524 go in. And it's one of the reasons when I saw the playtest for making spells just have 3 separate lists. It was like Primal, Arcane, Divine. And then classes just got subsets off those lists. It was like you get spells from the Divine list that are like Abjuration and Enchantment. I was like, that's sick. I love that. because that will go towards creating unique class identities. It will make them feel very distinct from each other, and also make expanding their spell lists much easier much later. They don't actually have to mess with the class, they just have to mess with the overall lists. Anyways, that is my kind of preferred design philosophy and design direction, but we'll see if 524 ends up going there.
Good, carry on. Sorry.
Everyone who meets me knows I am a collector of hats. I take out my beret and I put it on and I say, why this one was a very special beret I got by defending Whitestone against an invasion of vampires, single-handedly freeing the city from the scourge.
That sounds entirely believable.
Yes. It's a fine garment woven by a master craftsman. I hear you have a fine hat as well that you've been seen wearing about town. Is that true?
I wish I could say this isn't true, but it's actually true. He is genuine.
I have been known to have a few garments based on where I'm going, yes.
As a fine appreciator of the haberdasher arts, a connoisseur, really. Could you humor an old gnome like me and show me? I hear tale of a green hat, a tri-tip hat, right?
I thought it was blue.
Blue
Was it
hat.
green? Don't make it green.
Bluish green.
He's also colorblind, I should mention.
Tri-tip, triangular. I just hear it's fantastic. I've never seen one quite like it up close, and I was wondering if I could take a look-see.
He's heard it's haberdashery.
Make a deception check.
Walk in the park.
With disadvantage.
Yeah, because you didn't
Oh,
sleep.
no, you didn't sleep. Yeah, Lynn.
Well, that was a natural 20.
But
But the first one was a 6. Luckily, it's plus 14, so 20.
bards!
From political requests to a hat collector, this is indeed a very strange afternoon in the palace. Yes, I can have one of my servants show you.
Thank you so much. It would mean so much to me.
Thank you, Ross. I appreciate it. It's yeah, it's hard cuz yeah, he still sucks. But he is a good NPC to look at if you want to make someone who sucks but is not basic. Yeah. Thank you. Bards and charisma. I know, dude. Speaking of expertise. Come on. But also expertise. Could be one class that gets it. Is kind of weird to me that both bards and rogues get it. Bards really are just the bardic inspiration is mechanically good, but in practice pretty okay. And let's just throw a bunch of other good shit at them. Sure, expertise. Okay, yeah. They don't need their own specific spell list. They can have spells from other people's lists. Bard is such a weird class. Yeah, steal your feature, literally, with fucking magical secrets. It's crazy. Which, again, if they leaned more into it, is actually kind of interesting. It would be really, really funny. But this would require more consistent design across the classes. But it would be hilarious if, Bard's, 5th level feature was pick a 5th level feature from a different class. That, for the purposes of gameplay, that you have that feature. You'd expect being a thief to be rogues gimmick. True, you would. That sounds cracked, but so fun. Yeah. It's an enhanced version of Magical Secrets. But that would be the plagiarist class is kind of a hilarious class identity. Maybe not for an actual class, but maybe a subclass. Maybe literally the thief subclass is just each one of its features is pick a different feature from from a different subclass. Oh, that would be so silly. That would be so silly. They probably, there's no way they could have ever done that in 5e. Oh, take a break. There's no way they could have ever done that in 5e because all of the classes are so asymmetrical in how they progress. But maybe if 5.5 or 5.24, whatever, makes it more symmetrical, which I do want, that could actually be possible, which would be hilarious. It would be a much better identity than lol horny I lay the dragon, honestly. I'm trying to think of the most game-breaking things I could do with that. Oh, probably a bunch. Probably a bunch. I would like to pick extra attack and stunning strike, but maybe I guess you would have to make it at only certain levels. Like if you only made it at level 5. Oh, I guess monks get both at level 5, huh? So, that may not work. If it was pick any class ability under level 5, you could do something like I'd like to grab smites. Yeah! Which I think could be, but you wouldn't want to do that. You would want to make it like one of the off level. Like a lot of classes get like kind of a random feature around like levels like 7 to 8. I can't think of any off the top of my head that get like an amazing feature at 7 or 8. A lot of it is like either like an additional ASI for the fighter or like is that when the monks get the one where they can speak all languages? It's normally like those sorts of features. So you could put the Bard one on that one. You wouldn't want to put it on a big power escalation level like 5 or 3. Ribbon features, yeah. Having them being able to steal ribbon features would be really interesting. But you wouldn't want them to be able to steal like smites or stunning strike. It would be hilarious though. Yeah, literally just build a class. Anyways, taking a break and then we'll be back. And we will continue watching. I will be right back. Goodbye. hello, hello, hello. What's up, what's up, what's up? Hello. I think bards have expertise for flavor reasons more than anything else. My thoughts are bards must train to play instruments gaining expertise. Sure, I can see that. I feel like the reason that bards and rogues get expertise is because they are the most likely to make a single crucial roll that will affect the entire party: persuasion, deception, and stealth. I suppose. I mean, I think they're the most likely. Like, if you have a rogue, they are the most likely to be making stealth. If you have a bard, they're the most likely to be the one talking. I can see what you're saying there. Aren't there like 15? I guess like, I see what Strawberry is saying, because that was my basically first reaction. G Hercub is like, well, there are plenty of face classes. There's Paladin. There's Warlock. But I am thinking about, if I have a Bard and another Charisma class in the same party, which of the two, even if expertise isn't a factor, which of the two is probably going to do the talking? And I think it's fair to assert, because there are also plenty of dexterity classes, and I think it's fair to assert that the Bard is more likely to be doing the talking even without expertise. So then you give them expertise to support that role. And same thing with the rogue. Even though there are a bunch of people that could have proficiency and probably will have proficiency in stealth, and they'll have a high dex, if one person is chosen to sneak, then it would be rogue. I can definitely understand the argument and like the practical reality argument in that sense, but I don't like it as like a way to think, because then you are essentially identifying a you're identifying like a cultural thing that like people will do, because in those two situations people are following like the fantasies of their class, and they are taking on a role away from the rest of the party essentially. And then by giving them expertise to make them even better at that, you are further siloing them in by not only giving them a like flavor reason to be the one to do it, but also now a mechanical reason to be the only one to do it. Which is it's a tough balance when it comes to like supporting the class fantasy of a class, because you do want the class fantasy of a class to be represented within the mechanics. But when it comes to something that anyone could do, I don't know, it's tough. And at that point, if you really wanted to only support those specific class fantasies, then you should not give them the option to go into other things, because then it's just like a broad buff that just so happens to maybe support their class fantasy sometimes. So rather than making them better at stealth, you've kind of made them better at everything on whatever they choose, which just so could happen to be stealth. But maybe that's not a bad thing. I don't know. I'd have to think down that line a little bit further. But I can see the argument that's being made. Yeah. It's a feature so that the other players don't blame that one player instead of an in-game function. Yeah, I can see what you're saying of like, I'm the rogue, I should be stealthing. And then someone else says, well, you're not actually that much better at stealthing than the rest of us. So any of us could be stealthing. Yeah, it's there to support the class fantasy, but it also does so many other things that maybe it's just like a bad implementation of like an okay strategy, or an iffy implementation. Like I said, I don't hate expertise. I think it's fine. That's interesting. For the next road I'm making, I dump dex. Oh, I love me a strength-based rogue. Strength-based rogue with darts. Because darts are both finesse and thrown, which means that you can make a thrown attack, which normally requires dex, but then because they're finesse, you can use strength instead. I love me a strength-based dart rogue. It's my favorite one. Not saying it's the correct thing, just that I think the reason folks at WotC put the mechanic, I can see what you're saying. Yeah. No, I see the argument you're making, and I think it's sorry, not an argument like in favor of that, but the argument as to why it's there. Yeah, I can see that. I'd have to think through it a little bit more, but I can see what you're saying as that is like a potential route of thought for them. I play strength-based rogue with barbarian. Fuck yeah, Ross. That sounds sick. Oh, I love me a strength. I love a strength-based rogue. A gym brogue. Yeah, I mean, it's funner to like call them like a strength-based rogue and like all these other words. But I mean, it's like the thug archetype. I really enjoy the thug archetype. Yeah, I really, really like playing a thug. Monk stealth by running on the upside down. Lol. Phantom Rogue and Zerker Barg. I fucking Jason. I can see that. Anyways.
I've never met a hat I didn't like.
Then I'm certain you will be fulfilled.
Should we just wait here, or is it going to be a while?
No. I'll have a servant bring you up, and she puts her hand up in the guards, going to open the door, and you see a servant walk out. What looks to be a younger elfin man, actually probably about the age of Vax there, with kind of short, tattered hair goes across in front of his eyes. He enters. Yes, mother. Could you please show this strange little gnome man to the hat room? Yes, of course. Yes. Follow me.
That's a hat. There's a hat room. I have a hat room in my place too.
That's splendid. Now, is there any other business?
So you would just to be clear, Led, you would say that the river is probably our safest mode of entrance into the bog, then?
It surrounds the bog and runs past the southern portion of it, so you'll most likely come upon the river one way or another. Lest you wish to traverse the Green Sea, but that I would not recommend either.
So there's no real easy way into the bog, is what you're saying?
There's no easy way to anything in the Feywild, my child.
Got it.
Have you seen the tree yourself?
I have not.
Are there rivermen who run boats upon the river?
No, the river tends to run itself.
I had that coming.
That's
coming.
That's fine.
That was good. That was good.
Do you wish to inquire about my shoes? A coat, perhaps?
Oh my god, they're so cute, though. They're amazing shoes. I didn't notice them until you pointed them out. I'm sorry. No, continue on.
Is that all?
Yes, I think that's all, yes.
All right. Good luck. I wish you the same.
Oh, wait, lady. Hi, Warden. I'm sorry. I was just curious. It's my first time to Singorn, and it's in the Feywild,
You're a tourist,
so
it's all right,
it's special, right? Is there like a gift shop? For like visiting the temple and like sights of Singorn type of shop.
I went to Singorn and all I got was this lousy shirt.
Right. You had to make that shirt.
Shirt after this one.
I'll see what Brom can do. Brom.
Is this how I'm meant to understand the Shademirk Bog? Is this how I'm supposed to understand it? Is that the Gilded Run comes from a different place. It surrounds the bog, and then there's a sea on one side of the bog, implying that the Gilded Run bifurcates like this? Is that how I'm meant to understand this? But it also said that the Shademirk Bog used to be the fountain heart of the Gilded Run. So this doesn't even particularly make sense to me. Or I guess if we don't want it to bifurcate, I guess it could go like this. And then there's like a sort of like a cliff area over here. say like some cliffs that then kind of run down to meet the rest of this, like that. So then, like, there is technically like more of an exit out, and then this is the Shademirk Bog, and then the Shademirk Bog just has like a little, not like a real separation right there, or maybe like a teeny tiny bifurcation right there. Is this? It seems like you aren't supposed to understand anything, because the terrain doesn't make sense to me. Like, especially, again, the Shademirk Bog being the heart of the Gilded Run is still replaying in my mind as a I don't get it. Like, I don't get how the Gilded Run is now constraining the Shademirk Bog while initially being the heart of it. That's the thing I'm really confused on. But this is more accurate. Because this is just very, this sort of severe bifurcation is very uncommon. And if the Shademirk Bog didn't border the sea, I would assume that it had a shape like this. If it didn't border the sea. And then the Shademirk Bog was in the middle in here. Because this shape for a river totally happens. But this, I mean, I guess maybe it's like a delta situation. But it's not, because the Gilded Run is constraining the bog and assumingly not running into it. So I don't know, man. Geography is handwave magic. Yeah, fair enough. The river first turns duskward, then seaward, then riverward to cross it. That's true. You know what? That's a good point. You guys are right. I'm trying to apply real-world terrain physics to the Feywild geography. That's true. Also Feywild. I should stop. Because for all we know, it runs out of the sea now, and it just makes a little loop now. But it also has rapids and runs in one direction. I don't. You guys are right. I need to not think about this too hard. I'm way behind, but waiting on the reliable talent combo. Do you think it would work if the minimum you could roll wasn't set at 10, but scaled with your prof mod or half your level? I mean, it could. And I also, when I talk about reliable talent, to be clear, I don't ban Eloquence Bard. I think the thing that people don't like is reliable talent combined with expertise to make ludicrous rolls not only possible, but it impossible to roll below ludicrous levels. So, like, even if it did scale with your prof mod or half your level or what have you, at a certain point, there is still just a situation where you are unable to, like, roll below a 25 on certain checks. And I think that takes away from what a lot of people want out of D&D. They want, a lot of people at least, and especially, like, if you do skill crits, like, and skill, like, crit failures. A lot of those types of tables want for even super experienced adventurers to sometimes fuck up. And that failure mode is fun. And even if you don't play with skill checks, or skill check crit fails, I think there's still that sentiment at the bottom of a lot of tables where, you know, they like an amount of possibility of failure. They want you to be able to reach new and greater heights, but they don't want those heights to totally preclude failure, which is why I think that 5e tried to get rid of a lot of riders, because riders go towards this. Expertise is a rider. Theoretically, this reliable talent is basically a rider. It's a scaling rider that depends on how low you rolled. And so that's why, you know, my mind goes towards exploding dice, dice pools, because dice pools do raise the minimum you can roll, but not nearly as effectively as a rider. They have sort of an asynchronous progression to them. Like if you add one die to a roll, it raises the maximum you can roll a lot more than it raises the minimum you can roll. So like if you add a D4 to like a D20 check, that raises the minimum to 2 and the maximum to 24. So you raise the minimum by 1, but the maximum by 4. And I think that would fit a lot more with the rest of 5e's design principles. And what I have seen, and this is anecdotal to be fair, but what I have seen people wanting out of 5e, which is this possibility for continuing to roll low, which any type of rider kind of precludes. Proficiency precludes it. Expertise, just more proficiency. Reliable talent absolutely precludes it. So I think that's ultimately the kind of core issue, is to make the people that want rolling low to be possible happy, you would have to nerf reliable talent so much that it is not useful enough to make the people who don't care about rolling low happy. And so I think that it's ultimately a lose-lose for riders right now. Especially again, if you're trying to like mix and match within a class. So yeah, I don't know. But again, I believe that not everyone has to like every class. I don't think every class should be for everyone. So if they wanted to lean into Rogue being the rider's class, which it isn't right now, which is I think is part of the dissonance a little bit. Like if they wanted to lean into Rogues being a rider's class, just have them add a flat scaling modifier onto all damage they do for sneak attack, instead of a bigger dice pool, a la Barbarian Rage. Make sneak attack damage scale like rage damage, and then expertise, reliable talent, all of that goes into they are the rider's class. They get big pluses to everything that they do. I think that could work. And then it's just the people that want to roll low or want the possibility to roll low just aren't going to like Rogue at that point. I love rolling ones. That's when the game gets interesting. Yeah. I don't think you're alone by any stretch. I think you probably represent maybe not a majority opinion, but probably a plurality. I don't know. It's hard to say, but I think you represent a decent faction of players. And then there are saving throws where late game you can only be decent in 2. Yeah, which is a very, very separate discussion. Yep. So yeah, I think that's ultimately kind of the design track that they have to contend with, is that ultimately any sort of rider you add is going to be liked by some and really disliked by others. I'm the only player at my table that likes ones, lol. I mean, I believe it. That's why I didn't say a majority, because I think that plenty of other people do not like ones. But I don't think I don't think that your faction is small, is what I should say. Mass descriptions of the Feywild geography sometimes make it sound like a fourth dimensional non-Euclidean. Okay. Are you guys hearing the bongs? Even if you aren't, I need to focus it. Fourth dimensional non-Euclidean space where distance is relative and sometimes like a normal space. Yeah. Which I think is true. And I think I need to stop thinking too hard about the geography of it because I think it is purposefully supposed to be ineffable and ununderstandable. And I think that trying to apply real world logic is in and of itself a Fey joke. I'm getting played a fool right now. I'm getting the Fae are playing a trick on me, Megaphone Man, personally right now. through my attempts to try and make their realm make sense. Because it is I agree. I think it's not supposed to. Which is fair. To be clear, that's a super fair way to characterize the Feywild, is to very specifically have it not make sense and not feel the need to explain its nonsensicalness. Yeah. What up, John? How you doing?
Please escort them to some semblance of a gift shop.
Oh, thank you.
Good luck. Now, I have important business to tend to. Good luck. Safe travels. Don't die. Let us see each other on the battlefield soon to slay a dragon. Now, please, be on your way.
We appreciate your time.
You guys get up and leave. Drink it.
Good day.
Drink it in my necklace.
Good day.
That's right. Drink it in your necklace. Drink it as nothing.
Drink it as nothing but stare outside of it.
You make your way out of the room, the guards following suit. You can see the kind of lightish, brownish, reddish tousled hair elven boy who's waiting you, wearing very fine clothing, though very baggy on his kind of scrawny frame as you all step out. He goes, all right, so I'm to take you to the hat room.
Yes, please, right away.
You're going to be very happy. It's quite the room.
The room I could care less about. It's those hats.
Well, I think you'll still be pleased. Are you all coming?
Yes.
Yeah.
Traveling with Scanlan, we've all become amateur hat.
I pulled out my hat and I put it on.
I'm pulling out the rhinoceros horn.
And he pulls out a little masquerade mask and goes like, oh my goodness!
Do you get the monthly news? You get the monthly newsletter?
Well, I used to until we
Oh, sure.
came to the Feywild.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
It's very boring
So
these
let me
days.
at this hat room.
Well, come, please. And he kind of darts off excitedly down the hallway. The guards groan loudly behind you. You make your way through the second hallway on the left through the palace, down a flight of stairs into a storage room. To the left, you can see what looks to be the entrance to some sort of a very heavily barred metallic doorway, about 10 feet wide, about 12 feet tall. Further down, you come to two doorways. He pulls out a key ring. Goes, no, not that. Here we are. It opens up into a small room, and you can see in here it's a display room. In here, you can see ornamental armor and helmets and all sorts of classic Singoran designs, which change often because, well, elves, when they don't have a lot of things to free their time with, it's all about designing new outfits and new armor. There's a whole display of great classic designs for the guards, for the watchers, for the people who first founded Singorn. It's like a history walkthrough. But there is a section that is primarily helmet designs for different stations. And it says, this is as close to a hat room as we have. This here is part of the original Temple of Ioun design. It is a delightful piece. What's going on talking about
Do we see the hat that we're looking for in here?
You do see there's a small rack to the side, just kind of just for more just things that are used, and you can see there are like wide brim, rainy day kind of carriage driving hats. You can see there are kind of far brimmed cloak hoods that are used for when horse riding quickly through rain. You can see there are a few more kind of curved up to one side archer based hats, and you can see there a nice green velvet hat that is kind of just resting across.
Is that the one area with hats?
Are they all just kind of jumbled in together?
They're all just kind of jumbled together in that corner, and then the actual helmets are against the wall in different setups.
And go ahead.
I nudged Vax, and I pointed at.
Scanlan, look at all those cod pieces across the room.
And then are the guards in here with us?
They are, yes.
How many?
I fucking fall.
Fuck.
I pratfall right in front of the guards, like on the opposite side of the room.
Which one?
I walk to the other side of the room and I
You just
fall
eat
over.
shit.
And then I
Pratfall?
eat
Eat it, notch
fucking
it over.
shit.
Make a perform check.
Oh shit. Can it be acrobatics?
No, acrobatics is avoiding the fall.
Ah shit. Okay. 19.
19.
I want to take some shit down with me. You know
And
what I mean?
you do delightfully so. You fall over, trip, go into a tumble, grab arm over, pieces of metallic armor clattering.
Did you see that? Oh my God, Vex, are you okay?
I think there was a marble on the ground.
You can see that.
And Keela turns to the guard.
Everyone turns that direction.
That was Lady Vexalia of the Baroness of Whitestone.
Look,
That
he's
marble,
okay.
I could sue you.
He seems to be fine.
I could sue you
Make a
for
sleight of hand check.
negligence.
Hold on, he's making a check.
24.
Oh, shit.
All right.
Distraction.
Soup. You take the hat, you place it away. Everyone seems to be focused on the currently yelling.
Also, I just realized that the current chunk count is not getting reset for some reason. And I actually don't know why. Yeah, like the chunking just isn't going off for some reason. Wait. All right, pause really quick to discuss amongst yourself. Let's see, what's the equivalent of is a hot dog a sandwich? Is a dragon a worm? Discuss. Cause there's something going wrong that I have to fix. Rabble. Why did that? Oh no. Yeah, that's just like not working. Like at all. Is that going to insert the time? Oh, it did. But then it didn't continue. Why didn't it continue? Did it crash? Okay. I got to add a note for myself for later today that one of the actions is potentially crashing. This is potentially crashing and not noting the rest of the stuff. I made an enhancement to the transcript stuff. Always working on it. And it looks like that enhancement might be crashing and not running the rest of the code that sets the current characters spoken in chunk to 0. So it's counting the characters correctly, but you notice how the current chunk, even though I've taken like 3-minute breaks, is 676K. It is because there's a little thing right here that happens when the no talking timer goes off, which it has been. This has been running, but it's been getting to about here and then not running the rest of this, which is when this gets set. You know what? Fuck it. I have a really easy way to fix it for now. Just put that to the end. If it's at the end of the code, it doesn't matter that it crashes, right? And that's good programming fundamentals. And I'm sure that all of my teachers forever and ever would agree with that. And I'm sure that it will have absolutely no adverse effects. Anyways. Let's see. The talking budget is an enigma never to be understood. I know. I actually tried to document it at one point, and it was too weird, and I didn't care that much. But I am working on slimming it down, so that's good. Time in the Feywild is weird. A day in material can be a month in Fey and vice versa. What if the time the city spent in the Fey is really just one day? Absolutely could be. And that's why when I was like doing the theorizing earlier, I was like, man, I actually, it said like, hundreds of years ago, this Archfey did blah, 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 blah. I can't take that to the bank when comparing it to how long ago the Sun Tree was planted. Because if I try to compare those two things, it just doesn't work. It doesn't function. Because of the weird time differences. Oh man. Seeing that we aren't that far into the second half, I'm going to go to the start of the stream and watch it 2x. Yeah, we aren't that far, aren't we? We're on our way. No, but a worm is a kind of dragon. No, wait, what's going on? Dragon's a worm. Yeah, something I don't need to be live for. Yeah, nah, you're all good. Write that down. Cool stream crash. No, joke. Oh god. If you've seen how most programs coding looks like, if it works, it works. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I made the when I was doing the programming stream, which is going to happen again, I swear. When I was doing the programming stream like last week, I gave the example of all of Undertale's dialogue is in one giant switch case, which for the uninitiated is not quite as bad as putting it in like a giant if else, like if else if else if else if else if else if. It's not quite as bad as that, but it's borderline that bad. And every single piece of Undertale dialogue is in just a giant switch statement. So yeah, you can make cool shit with bad programming. Because a lot of times on the scale of modern machines, inefficiency in code doesn't matter that much. Depending on what you're making. If you're, trying to like do like model physics and do like all this 3D stuff and render distances matter, then efficiency starts really actually mattering. But convincing my DM that death saving throws should be death saving checks. Me being a halfling rogue is just a coincidence, I swear. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. Anyways.
Vexalia, Lady Vexalia.
You will get a letter from me, good sir. You will get a letter.
Look,
okay?
I apologize if your friend is clumsy.
Look,
this isn't part of our job description, okay?
Your
It's been a very...
5-star review just went to a 4, okay? I just want to say.
Brom pushes away and goes like, I am so terribly sorry. I didn't mean... I hope this hasn't ruined your opinion of the Hat Room.
If we could just see a gift shop, I would be thrilled.
And I kind of say to the side, I go, pinch my knee, is that the one?
What?
Are you feeling all right, sir?
Yeah, no, pinch my knee if that's the one.
I pinch his knee.
No, to the little Santa.
Oh, okay.
Let's just find a gift shop. Lady Tyrell doesn't need to hear anything about this. Let's just move on.
Lady who?
Hi, Warden. Hi, Warden.
Tyrell does.
Tyrell.
Yes, well, there's another lady.
Oh, God.
Lady Tyrell, who's...
What did you? No, this is amazing what my handwriting does.
What did you put in that tea, Percival?
This is why I let you write.
What? No.
Well, I'm glad to see this hasn't ruined your opinion about collections here.
Just the safety codes, really.
If you took us to the gift shop, it might fix things.
Then come.
All right,
Please, I'm just so
you two
flustered.
clean this up, and the two guards kind of go, what? Yes, my lord. And the two guards eye you very, very intensely as they walk over and start picking up all the pieces of armor.
I start pretending like I'm doing like a cure wound spell to her wrist.
All right. As you guys make your way out with two of the guards now. Two of them are now left behind.
As we walk out, I just make sure the two guys. I hope this didn't interrupt your schedule for today. It's just for your schedule. Your schedule.
Somehow their chin goes higher. It's impressive, really. You make your way through down another series of hallways back towards the beginning of the palace. He goes, it's not really a gift shop, but the closest thing that we could ascertain, based on your request, is we do have a small collection of gifts and knickknacks that we've received from allies over time that really aren't of much use to us.
Wait, you're taking us to the lost and found? Please.
No,
This is the High Baroness Lady Vexalia.
Perhaps you'll find something you like.
Lost and found is a wonderful place to go.
No. This is.
It's a combination of lost and found and just Gifts from political allies that didn't understand
I find
Taiwan's
things
aesthetic.
all
and,
the time. It's wonderful.
Yes, no, please. This way, please. And he leads you back to the main hallway you guys walk through, a little ways towards the entrance, and then another hallway to the left he unlocks and leads you into this. And this is straight up like a dark storage room. It is just boxes and boxes that are sealed, and he kind of lights a small lantern on the side. It flickers to life, and the flame itself, as opposed to a low oil lantern flicker, is like a bright glowing light. You can see this is actually a magically set lantern, as most of the lights in the city are just everlit torches or things that flicker on and off as a light spell. It illuminates the room around you, and you can see no one's walking here in a while.
And these are for sale?
No,
the taking?
these are for the taking, should you wish.
Awesome.
What do we see?
In boxes.
Go ahead and make investigation checks.
Oh,
Can I
yeah.
ask a logistical question?
Sure.
What does
Is
that mean?
Garmelie with us, or did we leave him behind?
You don't know.
What?
You don't know.
Grog might know.
Only Grog knows. 18.
Grog.
18,
Oh,
19. Are you
love
searching,
of
Grog?
God. Yeah.
What'd you get?
9.
Wait, is this an
Come on,
investigation?
natural 20.
Yeah.
Find
Natural 1.
Oh, propeller beanie.
No.
Keyleth is distracted by the pretty light in the fixture.
Natural 1.
Scanlan's on up next to her and is equally distracted by this wonderful magical light. Like two moths to a flame. Percival.
9.
9.
Come on, 18 and 19.
Come on, 18 and 19.
All right. The two twins, well, you guys spend some time kind of looking through the nearby riffraff, and Brom comes to the back, hoping you find something to satiate your need for gifts. The twins find their way through a few boxes, and you open up, and there's small, porcelain dolls of dressed up in ancient Emon's outfits and designs. You can see what looks to be.
I think it's gonna be a random NPC. I think that we're gonna get to the point. It's not gonna happen for a while. I'm clocking 20 episodes. I say in episode 80, we're gonna finally get to Wildmount. We're gonna finally get to Wildmount, and they're gonna be talking to Wildmount royalty, and Percy's just gonna start handing out baronies like Christmas cards, and it's going to coincide with when the real life company established titles started and started advertising on YouTube, and they're gonna do an established title sponsorship, and Percy is going to give established titles for Whitestone to a bunch of random NPCs in Wildmount, and that's the next time. That's the next person that's gonna get it. And then all of them will own like one like tile of the floor in a bathroom in a bar, and that'll be, and there'll be a titled lard or lady or whatever the fuck that thing promised.
Very, very dusty craghammer designed weaponry. You can see what looks to be a bunch of small game pieces that half of them have been lost, like a chessboard of some kind, but only part of it's there. This is really just like the junk room. This is where all the really bad Christmas presents get put, every year.
Is it like,
Oh, thanks, it's great.
is it like Storage Wars where there might be something?
Yeah, like very
It could be, depending on how well you search.
Well,
How does G. Hercum do it?
did.
Keyleth starts talking up Brom. Brom?
Brom.
Brom.
How does he do it?
So, Brom, where are you from?
Single.
Good start.
We don't have to.
Nice.
We don't have to distract him. He said it's all for the taking.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
it's fine.
Oh.
We don't have to. No pratfalls or anything.
You didn't see any distraction.
Can I try to do
You
like an
didn't see
I am
arcana
so
check?
confused by all of you.
Can I try to do an arcana check to see if there's anything magic in the room?
Sure.
Do we have a...
Make an arcana
I'll
check.
join you.
I won't.
Oh shit, I just rolled off the table. How did I do that? 16.
Your untrained, though natural arcane instincts reveal to you that...
I can speak with animals.
Yes, you can. There are no animals here. Nothing even remotely magical seems to cross your attention span, unfortunately. And you guys spend a good hour in here sifting through.
We do?
And
As we're digging in the corner, I say, I thought maybe coming back here I might like the city a little bit better, and I was fucking wrong.
This place fucking sucks.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah, there's nothing in
Wait,
here.
let me.
No,
did we
no,
do-
let's
no?
leave.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, let's go.
Pick something pretty.
Your 4-star rating just went down to a 3.
I am picking something random from the room.
all right.
And I'll also pick something random out of spite.
All right.
I'll take this.
You have a fine tobacco box at your disposal now, Keyleth. You can write that down.
I like it. I chose it on purpose.
Percy, you find half of a jeweler's kit.
That's perfect.
That's awesome.
I'm excited.
Wait, did you say I had a...
Was it literally cut in half? Like
It's
literally?
like
Yeah.
half the supplies are there.
Okay.
And did
Oh yeah. I mean, I think I've talked about this before, but I might not have. I might have not talked about it before, but I do not, in the same way that I do not let insight be a lie detector, I also do not let Arcana be detect magic. Arcana is to understand the functioning of obviously arcane machines or like things that you are looking at. So like sometimes someone might be looking at something and they're like, how does that work? And instead of rolling like a history or survival, I might ask them to roll Arcana because the machine is magical. And they are examining it and trying to figure out what it does. Same thing if they see like a ritual or like magical runes. Those are all the ways in which I employ Arcana. Maybe if they actively feel like a weird presence that is obviously magical, Arcana might be able to help them hone in on the type of magic. Like if it's like a pervasive aura, if it's coming from an item or a specific like pinpoint location, maybe what school it belongs to. But Arcana to me is never a find things check. It is always a determine things check. And that is part of my baseline evaluation of like what I use intelligence versus wisdom for. To me, wisdom is a very sensory ability. It helps you find things. And even this relates to how I run investigation. And before I misspeak and make an absolute fool out of myself, investigation is intelligence, right? Investigation's intelligence, right? Intelligence, okay, whew. Making sure I didn't misspeak. I often don't use investigation to help the D&D or the PCs find something. Even though sometimes it comes off that way, I use it to help them determine additional attributes or things about things that they can already see. So in like the case of them like finding a secret compartment on a chest, it's like that is investigation. You know that the chest is there. You are looking for anything strange about the chest. It is helping you determine if the chest is strange. It would not help you find the chest in the first place, if that makes any sense. But investigation would also help you like find a hidden door that is within a room that you were already aware of. It's like a very it's a really like weird, vague, differential line. But I think and investigation is probably the one where the heuristic is the most at its shakiest. But like it makes sense for nature, history, all of those things. Like the difference between nature and survival is nature helps you determine like what a plant is. You know, you look at a plant, it's like, what the fuck is this plant? Whereas survival helps you check or helps you find the plant in the first place. If you know what I'm saying. So to me, Arcana is not going to reveal a magical source that you were previously unaware of. It might just help you determine more attributes of a magical thing or a magical source that you are already aware of, even in cases where you're not aware that it's magical at first. I will even allow it there. And this all centers around why I think, because I don't pitch for my interpretation of the abilities to be like the correct one. But it is the reason that I think DMs need to determine the checks at the beginning. Because there is a level of like style to what you ask for. It being cut in half is some face shit a little, yeah. Wisdom is basically instinct from Daggerheart, such a better name. Yeah, exactly. I agree. Instinct is a way better name. I think instinct and knowledge are much more evocative than wisdom and intelligence. I full on hard agree. And that is still how I run them in D&D, is knowledge and instinct. And instinct kind of extends to your senses as well. So like your senses would not tell you to like knock to see if there are any hidden compartments on a chest, right? That would be like an intelligence or a knowledge thing. But your instinct would let you pick out like a differential pattern in like a wall, maybe. But it also depends on like how they phrase it and what they're looking for. That's the real kicker, is that a lot of times if I do perception or investigation, does have to do with how the player phrases their inquiry. Like, are they just looking to see what they can see? Or are they looking for something hyper specific on a wall? You know, that sort of thing. But it's very wobbly. I would say investigation is probably the wobbliest of the skill checks for me and like how it's run. As someone who has watched all the campaigns, Wildmount is my favorite continent by a wild amount. A wild amount? Wisdom is for vibe checks. Intelligence is for, lack of a better term, puzzles. Kinda. Or, I mean, even knowledge can... A lot of times puzzles can and should be solvable through instinct. It is for, like, fact regurgitation or knowledge that is required to understand the thing in front of you. Like, if I say, like, I think this may be a good example. If I'm looking at a bomb, if I'm looking at a bomb and it's like, which wire do I cut? There is maybe two separate ways to determine that, one of which utilizes instinct and one of which utilizes knowledge. Knowledge is like, do I know how bombs are constructed generally? Like, would I know which wire to cut? Maybe that's a history check. Whereas, can I follow the wires through the jumbled mess to determine which of them, is connected to the power source? Let's say. That's maybe a perception check, whereas the other is more of a history check. So even the same problem can be approached from either angle, which is why I say that it kind of depends on how the player phrases their inquiry. Like, what are they actually doing to accomplish the goal? And that really got solidified for me in Blades in the Dark, which actually Blades in the Dark has players choose the ability that they're using, or the skill in this case. But they don't specify their method, they just specify their goal. So they specify the goal and what skill they're using to accomplish said goal. And so it takes the phrasing issue out of it, which makes it easier for me as the GM. They're saying what skill they're using, but not the exact method. So then I can fill in the method that solves this, that accomplishes the goal given the skill that they referenced as a representation of that method. So I think it kind of has to go either way. If the DM is choosing the skill, the player needs to like kind of specify a method, Whereas if the player chooses the skill, the GM has to or should come up with that method to match the skill. Yeah. Another good way to differentiate them is that beasts have high whiz, low int. I think that's a very evocative way to differentiate them, but it's hard to scale that to like sentient or sapient beings. But I think it's a good starting point for explaining the differences. I agree. Until Glory of the Giants, Fenthros was the only legendary longbow. For real? I didn't know that. That's crazy. Perception, the inside of this box is smaller than the outside. Investigation, looking for why the inside is smaller. Yeah. I absolutely agree. I think that those are good comparisons, yeah. Which is why medicine should be tied to intelligence. Yeah. I'll just agree with that one. Yep. My preferred term is intuition as opposed to instinct. I think intuition works. Yeah. Intuition, instinct. Yeah. Unfortunately, it does encompass so much that it's hard to tie it to one word. And it's why I don't want to be too harsh on the choice of like wisdom and intelligence. But I definitely think that like these are the types of thought processes that I have gone through to try and determine, and I still very often will not quite follow these rules. These are just the general rules that I abide by, but sometimes I stray either on purpose or on accident. Just thinking about these things helps you develop your style more purposefully. In summary, we're sympathetic to strength for only having one skill check. Insane that it only has one skill check. I fucking agree. Skills are so goddamn weird. Can I say it? Chat? Skills are fucking weird. In that they encompass so much of the exploration and social pillar, but they are tied to such a the majority of skills are tied to a minority of abilities. Constitution has none. That's insane. The Constitution has none. It's insane. For the idea of claiming that your game has an exploration pillar and Constitution has no checks, ridiculous to me. Strength has one. Come on. Yeah, no, it's weird. It's weird. I think if you want my real and honest opinion about what happened, I think they probably wanted skills to have a variable ability attached to them, much like toolkits. Like toolkits have a variable ability attached. So you can use a toolkit with several different abilities depending on the situation. I think that's probably what they originally wanted for skills. And I would guess that it either didn't test well in the closed or open beta. I could be entirely wrong about that. Maybe someone
take a break.
Oh, I gotta take a break. Maybe someone just got overruled before they even put out the betas. I don't know. But that seems to me to be a much more logical way to do it. Otherwise, it is so strange that they have them only tied to certain skills. It's so strange. And it makes the mad problem not just related to certain classes. It makes the mad issues like game-wide. So strange. Sorcerers should be Constitution casters. Fight me. Yeah. Oh, no, I won't. I won't. And to make the whole longbow problem worse, we have 0 artifacts that are longbows. I mean, it goes back towards, like, bows are a suboptimal choice in D&D most of the time. Which just kind of broadly sucks, but it kind of just is what it is. To be fair, what con skills would you add? that is the problem, right? Because I think that you could make so many of the skills Constitution sometimes, right? I think you could make them Constitution occasionally, but not always. I think that is the problem as to why it doesn't have any. Because, like, imagine an intimidation Constitution check to, like, down, like, 5 shots in a row, right? To intimidate someone in a bar scene or a drinking scene. Totally tracks for that to be an intimidation Constitution check, right? But it doesn't, I think you're right. It doesn't really make sense to tie any given skill to Constitution exclusively. But it would be like the same thing. Like, intimidation is the one that always seems like the most flexible to me because so many things can be intimidating. Strength could easily be intimidating. Dex could be intimidating. Like flipping a fucking knife between your fingers, obviously a Dex intimidation check, right? Come on. Like there are all sorts of things that could be intimidating. Like, even, there are, like, fucking, not to bring up BBC Sherlock again, but there are so many, like, smart guy scenes where they list off a bunch of facts that are just factual in and of themselves, but their presentation in this current moment is intimidating. Percy does this all the time, where he makes intimidation intelligence checks, I would argue, or intelligence intimidation checks. Yeah. So I really, that is a variant rule in the DMG, so that sounds about right. Exactly. I think that was supposed to be the standard rule, but probably just didn't test well because DMs probably found it overwhelming in beta. That is my guess as to what happened. But I think that variant rule would really help flesh out the social and exploration pillars and make them feel at least a little bit more robust. Yeah, it usually says make a wisdom perception check. Basically, make a wisdom check, add proficiency if you have perception. The way it's written implies that you could make something like charisma stealth check. Yeah, absolutely. Like, why would they ever write it that way if stealth was always going to be tied to a specific ability? Like, if stealth is always tied to dex, why say make a dex stealth check? It doesn't really make sense. They would just say make a stealth check. So yeah, I think you are correct. I think that is, yeah. Which again, you know, it is listed as a variant. So yeah. That is, I mean, yeah, skills are weird. Skills are weird. I would really like it if it was flipped. I would like it if it had, like, and this is a thing I think that they should also provide to classes, where they give you like default builds. So, you know, you read a class and it's like, hey, if you don't want to think too much about the options, just pick these. These all work together. Like, if you pick all of these options, these spells, these features, whatever, the class is gonna function. Or you can, you know, pick your own at each level, at each gain, whatever. I think they should have had the same for skill checks of, say, you can mix and match them however you want at base, but here is a default list that we came up with that is not the base, but like if you don't know what to make it, fall back on the list. I wish that was a base rule. Like, I think that more and more people have started to branch out into the variant, but I wish that was the base. There are things for con, but YouTube won't let me bring them up. All right. Charisma stealth when trying to blend into a crowd. Precisely. I think charisma stealth is perfect for that instance. Yeah. And like I said, I think that DMs are slowly starting to move over to that and have been for the past few years as the system becomes more and more familiar. But I think it's a mistake to present it as base. I have asked players to roll mixed skill rolls. I had a barbarian one to intimidate someone by breaking their arm. I had them roll intimidation, but I had strength. Precisely. I think that is how skill checks should be run at default. But they're not. So, take it for what it's worth. It's literally in the DMG. So feel free to use that. I think that is cooler and adds a more robust feel to your out-of-combat scenarios, and allows people to more actively play their characters, because they don't feel as constrained by the mad aspect of things. I think it introduces a lot of creativity to their decision-making. But regardless, I was supposed to take a break a few minutes ago, so I'm going to go do that, and then I will be right back. Goodbye. We're back. Hello. And we're not very far through this episode. We have 40 minutes left, so we got to get rocking and rolling.
Did you say I had to have a tobacco box? Or no, just a tobacco box?
You have an older tobacco box.
An old tobacco box.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, sure.
It's just like home.
Ramis Poggers, I hope you've all found something you liked.
Bye.
All right, I'll grab something random too. I mean, if we're all doing it.
All right. You reach into the Singorian Walmart gift bag on the way out.
Secret Santa.
Come on.
Big money,
Go
no
for
whammies.
value.
No.
Damn it.
I'll do that.
No whammies.
You bring out what looks to be a really intricately carved music box made of like dark wood.
Ooh,
That's cool.
that's kind of neat.
As you're gonna shake it, you're like ting ting, like the little remnants of the last winding kind of come through, and it seems to still play.
Sounds like shit.
Mine. I'm writing it down.
I want to reach in and grab some
See,
random
I
shit.
told you.
I'll buy
Fucking fun.
You reach in and you pull out a potato.
How did it get here? How?
But it's been there for a while. It's like the roots are growing out and everything.
Plants, leaves coming out of it. It's so
I'll take
beautiful.
a bite out of it.
That's a stale potato.
Make a constitution check.
Keela, take the potato. Okay, give it to me.
Oh, here you go, and I squash it in my head.
Off the sides of it.
It's for the best.
Rum goes,
It's for the best.
if you could clean that up, and the guard goes, oh. And starts picking up the potato chunks off the ground.
Down to one.
Hey, gang, I feel like we've lost focus here. Maybe we
All right,
should.
let's get out of here.
Oh, do we find any broken threshold crests?
Yes.
You do not.
Damn it. Okay, wait.
all right.
Do we find any pictures of threshold crests?
No, we're
Or
fine.
like a postcard?
No, we're fine. We're fine.
Damn it.
All right.
We leave.
We leave.
Get out.
No.
We leave.
Let's go.
Grab the hat.
No.
No plan.
Rum leads you out of the room, closes and locks it behind. You guys walk back to the hallway that split off. You go past the large metal door again, find your way up into the foyer area at the front of the palace. He goes, well, I hope I've been of help to you. I hope I've delivered your interest in seeing our fine selection of helmets and hats here in Singorn.
Yeah.
I am more than satisfied. I will write 5-star review.
I don't know what any of that means, but I assume that's good, and I thank you for that.
That's awesome.
All right. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Charming.
Good day.
Good day.
The guard that will clean the potato follows suit. You guys now have 2 guards. The other 2 have not returned. So you have 2 guards now following you.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but there was like this recessed door up in the Queenie's room. But I don't know if maybe she would have some fancy stuff back there. But we can't shake these guards.
Well, some of us could slip in anyway, but what do you think we will find there?
Well, I don't know. I just noticed it because I wasn't
just be an
paying
office.
attention to all the talking.
I say we
I know, I think Percy and I can fake him out.
Fake him out? What do you fake
No,
him
no,
out?
Wait,
no,
is he
no,
around? Don't say it out loud.
No,
It's not fake.
Nothing
It's
wrong.
not faking.
No, it's legit.
I've got a plan.
Yeah.
It's not fake. I've got a plan.
Okay.
It's a good plan. But we should sit, recuperate, go somewhere quiet, and figure out how we're getting to the bog.
Maybe
How long
back
have we
to
been
our
awake at
rooms?
this point?
Since you guys woke up this morning, I'd say 6 hours.
That's it.
Yeah.
We don't want to go try and bust one of the crests we already saw.
There's
Well,
Ixnay,
We were
Grog.
seriously like, fuck it up. What if they can't get back? Yeah.
Just from a chip.
Fuck.
They have an entire army to help fight Thordak.
These magical items, I don't trust
I didn't think that far ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, you know, Vex, they could repair it. They have magicians here and stuff.
Thank you, Scatman.
Repair it
To be
with
fair,
arcane.
You know
juju.
what?
they said they
You
got
make
that
a very
from the
good
other
point.
side.
A very good point.
But they said they got these stones from the other side.
Maybe
of
we
our
should just
realm.
go fucking check them out.
I've got a thought.
The
Let's
two
just-
guards are
you
here the whole
know-
time, right?
Yes.
Yeah. We should really go take a nap. I think we should go
I'm exhausted.
I'm just so
Hey.
sleepy.
a nap.
This dusk is really making me.
Vex, you hear muttered under the breath one of the guards. Thank God. Very low. Nobody else hears it.
I've got
is-
plenty of energy.
Is anyone else super duper tired? I
So
go back to the
tired,
guards.
tired.
Are you guys tired? I mean,
I'm tired. So tired.
I look at the guards. I mean, are you guys tired? I mean, how do you even know what fucking time it is, right?
Right?
Do you wish to be escorted to your quarters
I
then?
would love
Lovely.
to get some sleep.
Please follow us. And they both lead on, leading you back to the rooms you guys had set for the evening's rest. Eventually, you get to your rooms. The guards stay stationed outside, and you are led into your individual spaces.
There's windows though, yeah?
Yes.
And the guards leave us in our rooms, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah.
So wait, are we all in our own individual
We're
rooms?
all in a room together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have
all in a room
earrings. We can
together.
talk anyway.
So you all go into a room
Super,
together.
super happy all together.
This,
You have like 4 rooms at your disposal, and you all say, "We're gonna go sleep," and all go into one room with a broken bed.
Yeah.
We're a
No, we can-
close-knit
Okay.
family.
You can make your own
We can go into our
assumptions.
own rooms, and I can fix it if we don't want to tip people off.
No, we can do what we want.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
fucking close,
we do
man.
what
All
we
right.
want.
You guys,
There will
you
be no
guys all
consequence.
enter. You guys all enter the largest room where you met before, and as you all find your way in there, one of the guards goes,
Prayer.
You're going to
it's
sleep."
for prayer. We have to pray.
And we need
Remember, right,
food.
Grog?
We're actually quite hungry again.
Oh, yes, we're very holy.
And yes, it is. It's been quite a while. I'm rather hungry.
We all
again.
sleep together. It's a polyamorous thing.
I told you we were holy.
Gambit and Vex, make deception checks, please.
Perception?
Deception.
Deception.
Oh.
21.
Oh, it's
that's the line that goes through.
When you say you're tired and ready to rest, the guard goes, "Mm-hmm." And then when you say polyamorous, the guard goes, "Oh."
Yeah, man. We are freaky.
I grab Grog by the circular thing and say, "Come on, I'm tense. Let's go."
The two guards. The 2 guards look at each other and take 2 steps away from the room. We'll keep a close watch. As
Hey,
you all
Not too
And
close.
Keela says, we're totally polyamorous.
No.
And I turn Percy and Vax into squirrels with polymorph. See?
The 2 guards look at each other,
Polyamorous.
very, very disturbed, and say, "You've already shared too much. We don't judge. Just
I really like Vex realizing the joke. Or not Vex, Laura. Laura very clearly did not get the polymorph, and then it dawns on her.
very, very disturbed, and say, "You've already shared too much.
Or maybe she was just reacting to that. It's possible.
We don't judge. Just please go sleep." They both kind of hold their blades at the ready, both just like, "What is my life right now?"
We may need you to clean up for us later.
Please go sleep.
Thank you.
All right. You guys are now closed off inside your room
Squirrels.
as squirrels. What are you gonna do?
All right.
Okay, I dropped polymorph.
All right.
That's what polyamorous means, right, guys?
Sure.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Gormili, show thyself.
He appears and goes like,
Was that true?
No.
he has his sketchbook at the ready, and it's like, 'cause I mean,
No.
You don't know.
well, closes the book. So, I believe someone here took a hat.
I might have a hat for you. The other adventure didn't turn out so well, and I really want to give you this hat. Wondering, oh, fuck it, I don't have anything to say. Take the fucking hat.
And he puts it on. It's a little small, but he goes, it's fine. Smiles back.
It looks
It's kinda-
really good.
So worth it.
Yeah. That was definitely worth it.
He seems extremely proud and happy that this hat is now in his possession. One of two. Now for the second part.
Any ideas there,
Yeah.
Gormili?
No.
Well,
You've passed by those threshold crests
Well,
several times, I'm assuming.
let me get this straight, Gormili. You require of us a piece of a threshold crest.
Yes.
Any threshold crest.
Yes.
Just as long as it's a threshold crest.
Yes.
It looks like a crest.
That's a threshold crest.
A threshold crest. Yes.
Okay,
Sure.
Keyleth, the thing we talked about.
And I start casting stone shape right under the threshold of the door to the room that we're in. And I cut out a crest in from the threshold.
What crest do you create? What does it look like?
A white stone crest from the threshold of the door.
We break it.
There's a piece of your threshold crest.
Don't cast friends on
That is
people,
a
it's
good
not
deal.
nice.
You watch as his pointed ears slowly slink back, and his hair stands up all across the back of his head. His beard almost bristles out into spines as he kind of, the hat goes boop, and pops off and hits the ground. He snatches it up,
It's your hat.
grabs the piece.
That's your threshold crest. Piece of a threshold crest.
Thank you. Well, it appears
Onward
that
and
our deal has been kept.
Oh, this is a slippery slope for Machina. Ooh, because oh yeah. Oh, it's Sophie, Bad Wolf, it's Sophie. But I'm telling you, because I'm both sides of this right now. I am both the player that really wants to outsmart the Fae, outsmart the devil deal. I'm absolutely that player. I am also the DM that looks at that and says, oh, so that's how we're playing this. I see. And I start concocting plans. Because I am hopefully, I don't think they even will. They won't have time to get to the Shade Merkbog. They won't have time. I can run them all around. I'm gonna pull the New York cabbie with a tourist in the back on them, where they're going all around the city. I'm running that meter up, baby. And then I'm delaying until the end of the session so that I can go back and re-watch exactly the way I phrased that deal as Garmili, so that I can see exactly how I can fuck with them. But still fulfill Garmili's end, because, oh yeah, Garmili will remember that. Ooh. And I'm not going to lead them into danger. I'm not going to take them to one of the dangers that I told them to avoid. Maybe I'd do that if they fucked me on both of the items, but they only fucked me on half of them. They fulfilled half of the deal. So, Garmili will fulfill half of the deal.
He snaps his fingers, and you feel like this sudden, this very, very almost unnoticeable pressure kind of at the base of your neck that you had felt since you made the deal. Release and absolve.
I love the Feywild.
On both of you. So,
Oh, they would take it personally? Nah, I see it. This is, dude, if we ever want, if we are ever identifying a part of the game that I do maybe or not unhealthily, what's the term? I maybe hedge into DM versus the players in a bad way about, because I'm not perfect. It's devil deals. Because I don't see this and take it personal. I don't take it bad. But I do see it as the gauntlet getting thrown down. I see it. Oh, I see it as competitive all of a sudden. And I say, okay, because at that point, we're playing by the same rules. Because that's the big thing. That's the big thing with DM versus the player in most aspects of D&D. And why I don't like it is because you're not playing by the same rules. You know, the DM is forcing the players to abide by certain rules where they are not bound by the same rules. So it's not a fair contest. And I will still enforce the rules of the world neutrally and fairly. But that NPC is going to think as intelligently as they can. So it's not even really DM versus the player at that point, but I might make it NPC versus the players. Where that NPC is now going to try and wiggle out of that deal as much as they can. And that might not be a great DMing behavior, I will admit. But I definitely don't think. I definitely don't think you should take it bad. It's like if a party trivializes your combat. That's cool. That's fun. That just means that they're ready for harder combats. You know what I'm saying? If they prepare well and they make a combat of yours totally trivial, that means they're ready for a harder challenge. Not in retribution, but to keep it interesting. And that's always what has to be in the back of the mind. And that's where, again, this is maybe a bad DMing behavior, where I sometimes do want to prove that I can outthink the contract better than the players. Me personally. And that's where I think it gets into bad DMing behavior that I would not recommend. Because I do have this instinct of, you can't outthink me. In terms of these legal contracts. I'm not going to break any of the rules, very specifically. But I will outthink you, little players. And that's not great. But you can obviously have the world react however you want. Every time I start DM for a new group, I always preface a campaign with, this is not a DM versus player game. We are all playing together. Too many players / DM thinks D&D is a versus game. I definitely see it. I see it in sentiments online. I've seen it in sentiments that have been carried in chat, even though I don't think any individual member of chat thinks about it that way. There are a lot of sentiments and things that have evolved from thinking about it as a versus game. And some of those sentiments have gained ground outside of the core thought process. And I've seen some of those in chat before. But yeah, it is not a versus game. And I think I do a really good job at embodying that in every way. But then my inner warlock comes out when there's a devil deal on the table. And the thing is, this is the ultimate thing. And this is why it's kind of a mixed behavior, is because I ultimately want the players to win. Like, I kind of ultimately want the players to outsmart me and outthink me. because like that's like the fun that I'm providing to the game. But I want it to be hard for them. It's like I'm not going to let them win in this case. If they're going to start the outsmarting game, I'm going to make it tough on them. So I think that's where it's a little bit borderline, but
All right, so, well, at least I got the hat out of it. So, the shade mark then. Come, follow me. Grab your things.
Shit, let's go.
I cannot wait.
Now, he vanishes.
Ah,
Ingrog, you feel a little tug on your finger.
I think that's fair, Pharaoh. Like, you plan to try and make it as difficult of a contest as you can, under the presumption that like you want the enemy side to win. But I think that even then, if you're thinking about it from the NPC perspective, and you're like, I want my villain to be as intelligent as possible, I want them to try and beat the NPCs as much as possible, that is still not quite a versus game, because if it was actually a versus game, like at the end of the day, you could just level up that NPC, you could have them be contacted by a demon prince and given a wish. You can do all sorts of things to tip the scale in your favor that I have to imagine you avoid. And I think that every DM, even if they instinctually think about it as a versus game, I think there's an even deeper instinct that knows that it's not actually a versus game, because people, like most DMs, there are obviously horror story DM exceptions, but most DMs are not putting their thumb on the scales constantly. The ones where I think the example of a DM that I think does do that are, I have heard stories, now who knows if they were creative writing exercises or legitimate serious stories, of like, you make an impossible challenge technically within the guidelines and the rules, and then you have a DM NPC come to save the party. But if it's anything that the party can actually overcome, you have taken your thumb off the scale at that point. If your party is able to overcome the challenge through their own resources and things that you have given them and that they have accomplished, then you are not truly playing it as a versus game. Because if you were, they would not have been able to win. So I think at the end of the day, most DMs have that instinct at the very, very bottom of themselves, but some suppress it a little bit, wiggle around it. It's not it doesn't propose as much pressure as other forces. So I think that you can play your villains intelligently. You can absolutely want your villains to win, and you can do everything you can to facilitate that without making the challenge impossible for the players. And if you're doing that, ultimately you're on the side of the players at that point. Faye are all about the letter of the deal and not the spirit of the deal. They did give him what he asked for. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. That's why I would never discourage them from doing this. I would just escalate. I would never say, no more deals, no more devil deals for you. You're not gonna, man, you were unfair. I'm never gonna do that. I'm just gonna say, oh, it's on. And escalate the challenge a little bit. Yeah. I fucking hate DM NPC saving the day. Yeah, DMPC. That's where I think it goes. This, like, a DM NPC saving the day is when we get into, oh, this was DM versus the players, And the players never could have won because obviously they couldn't if it is DM versus the players. So now the DM has to beat themselves, which is ultimately just an indication of you could have never done it by yourselves. I win. Ha ha. Which sucks. Absolutely sucks. So yeah. My response would have been something like Garmelie smiles and say, well done, and extends a hand. Let me give you my thanks. A thanks being enough of a connection to allow future scrying. Oh, sure. You could absolutely put that sort of thing in. Again, Garmelie is supposed to be acting as their guide to the Shade Merc. So there are all sorts of ways that he can malicious compliance this. I think that's the thing at the end of the day, is if they're going to wiggle around the deal, Garmelie needs to embody malicious compliance. Which I think would be good. I think that would be really funny. He still does it for him. And you can't make it so maliciously compliant that it gets boring. Like Garmelie could just take them on like a long and winding path that takes them like 5 sessions to get through, and they're eventually like, Garmelie, where are we going? That's boring. You have to find an interesting way to subvert the delivery. And if you can't, then you just deliver it. Which is like, that's like kind of the core of that, you know? Just use shadows. They're only CR 1/2. Yes. Shadows, intellect devours. Yeah. There are so many things that are unbalanced for the guidelines, quote unquote. That again, yeah. If Matt, what level are they? They're like 13, 12. If Matt sent 6 shadows at them, there's a solid chance that he kills one of them. Just straight up. And that would be like a perfectly balanced encounter. Wait, sorry, 6 shadows. I did my math wrong. It would be 24. I was considering the shadow to be a CR2. My bad. Sorry. 24 shadows. Because at this point, Xanathar's wasn't out to take number of combatants into account. And even if we take number of combatants into account, I think that only lowers the shadow count to like 15, which is still going to kill at least one of them. So yeah. This is one thing that I know I've beaten into the ground, that I will continue beating into the ground, that if the DM wants to win, they can. And so your job as a DM is never to win, it is to create something interesting for the players. And part of interesting things is challenge and making it feel like you could lose, like there are stakes, even if that's never actually your goal. The only acceptable DMPC is the Paladin from the D&D movie. Ha! That is, I have a video about that, which I don't know if you're referencing or not, but I have a video about how the Paladin's a DM NPC. Because of how he acts, which he is hilarious, I agree. And DMPCs aren't totally off the table. It just depends on how they're employed. If they save the party from total destruction, like if the party would have died without the DM NPC, that is indicative of like improper and uninteresting balance that needs the DM NPC to save them, and that's not cool. I have not seen that. No, he just so obviously is. Oh yeah, that was one of my first videos that ever popped off. I mean, I say popped off, got over 1,000 views. Was my only problem with the D&D movie or something like that, where I go on about how it's also bullshit that he never uses smite. I'm just gonna say it. It's so weird that he never uses smite. But I digress. I made a whole video about it. I'm not gonna rehash it here. The DM can just say the sun exploded and you all die. Yeah, exactly. And every equivalent of that, yeah. Remember one story on Reddit about a DMPC who turned into the BBG that was so cool? Was it actually cool, or are you being sarcastic? I can't tell. Because, like, we've had you know what? We're getting too far into the weeds here. I'm detecting it. I'm onboarding it. Our talking budget is too high. I want to know more, but I shouldn't ask more. Let's watch.
Pull you forward.
I thought.
I had that coming. We now have even more of a reason to make haste. This is a very small room, and I've been following behind them for quite some time. Let's go, now, quickly. And you see Grog being pulled forward by the finger, and you guys kind of get the feeling that he's leading you out of the city, invisible by Grog's finger.
We're going this way. Follow me,
Follow
chaps.
the finger.
Are the guards following?
The 2 guards are following as you guys
Woo!
make.
That was really fun. Exactly. My
Good
hair's
sesh,
messed
guys.
up.
Good sesh.
Good. That was really.
Thanks, Grog. I feel loose as a goose. Let's go see this bog.
And I transform into a goose and come out as a goose.
Never mind.
Loose goose.
The guards follow at a very healthy distance now, both kind of whispering to each other as they watch you walk.
I think we made a really good impression on this city coming up.
I'm gonna kill you later.
You guys are led back through the main portion of Singorn towards the front gates where the Watchers reside. The doors are opened for you, and you are escorted out the front gate where the guards very happily leave you to be. And both turn around at each other and go, and they walk back inside the confines of the outer Singorian wall. You guys are now back out into the wilds of Singorn. The finger tugs leads you out past the front of the city, through the kind of marsh-like mandrake fields that you initially traversed when you made your way to Singorn, and then find your way back into the ever-shifting grasses, heading duskward, towards where it seems the dusk sun is setting. Duskward.
Always duskward.
I hate that direction.
There's also nightward, seaward, or tangleward. Which would you prefer?
Are those different directions? Or
Yes, those are different directions.
Tanglewood? Did you say Tanglewood?
Tangleward. It was mentioned before, yeah.
Oh. I just thought of the Disney movie and I think I skipped out.
I'm pretty sure that the people in the Feywild haven't seen that.
No.
Not yet. They're waiting for it to come
You
to
know.
Blu-ray. Theater. All right, so you make your way towards where the grasses get heavy again, and you see Garmelie once again take visible form again and be like, sorry, that concentration for a while really gets to you. I'm so glad to be out of that stuffy place. So, shall we? Writes his hat. Even him writing it's a little crooked to one side, and he begins marching duskward, leading you guys.
Onward to the theatre!
No theater! We are avoiding the theater. No!
Garmelie, how far of a journey is it to this bog?
Say about 4 times since we met.
Okay.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
4 days?
4 times since we've met. 4 times since we've met.
I'm just curious, why are you so worried about the theatre? I love the theatre.
I have my reasons. And he continues walking forward.
Thanks, great. Good talk.
It's been 14 hours since we've met.
Can we travel any faster than that? Can we mist? Can we tree? Can we...
We could do
Wait
all
a
of
minute,
those
you can.
things.
If you know a tree is. That would be pretty stupid to just pop out of the cancerous tree. But if we know a tree is there, couldn't you potentially just fucking do it?
You've had a lot of good ideas.
Well-
That's a bad idea.
Wait,
not wrong.
Caleb, what if you just open up the cancerous tree, we reach through, we grab the fucking bow, and then we're out?
Well, you're not entirely wrong. I don't know if I can teleport via plants because generally that takes knowing the plants. However, I do have tree stride,
Yeah.
and which means we can. Nope, never mind. I can only do that on myself.
What if you.
We are not sending Keyleth the goose
That seems...
into a bog to retrieve a bow from an angry, cancerous tree.
But I'm Lucy. I'm a Lucy.
That would look amazing on an epitaph. I'm just saying.
We can mist there. If
Would that save time? I don't remember how fast.
I might have to take a hot nap.
Okay.
A hot nap?
Yeah.
Didn't you guys just take a hot nap?
Yeah, though. Yeah. The answer is yes.
How does tree stride work? I think I'm thinking of teleportation via plants. To enter a tree and move from the inside to another tree at the same time within 500 feet. Oh. You instantly know the location of all other trees of the same kind within 500 feet. I mean, I guess it's another tree of the same kind. Is there another tree of the kind of the cancer tree? I kind of feel like there is no... It's also only within 500 feet. So I don't actually think this is a super useful ability right now. The best I can do is a cold nap. No, I like warm naps. Warm. Matt has had a few characters that some people consider DMPCs, but they are mostly NPCs that the party decided to drag along on an adventure or two. One of them is among the most beloved CR character. Interesting. I mean, DMPC is like kind of a... It's kind of a nothing term for CR because one of the delineating factors between a DMPC and a regular NPC is that DMPC has a character stat block, or has a character stat sheet, not a monster stat block like NPCs are supposed to have. So, but all of Matt's NPCs seem to have character stat sheets, especially the important ones. So, like, by that definition, I think everyone on the council would have been a DMPC. So, you know, if we're gonna disregard that definition, I think that we have to just take the more vibey, colloquial definition of a DMPC is a NPC that is included for the purpose of the DM influencing the plot, either to cover up for balancing mistakes or plot holes. I think that, no, that's still a balancing mistake. I think that if we disregard the whole monster stat block versus character stat sheet thing, which I think we have to for Critical Role, I think those are the two things that we have to focus on. And I haven't seen any NPCs that fit those definitions, you know. I think that it, but it's also like these aren't like strict definitions that we can like really nail to a post, you know? Like these are colloquial. It depends on who you talk to. So I don't think there's a way to like truly nail it down. But so far, I haven't seen any NPCs that I would so far consider to be DM NPCs. Like the closest is maybe Allura, but she specifically showed up out after the action and made a huge made a very distinct deal of not being with the party and like going off and doing her own thing. So I wouldn't even say. Yeah. I don't think you really spoiled anything confused, but it would be best to minimize discussion of future campaigns. That's fair. Yeah, I think you're there. Confused is fine, but future discussion would probably be anything more. Probably needs to be in the Discord, but we're approaching the line, but have not crossed it. I don't think. Isn't it an old PC turned NPC a DMPC? I would say no. Like inherently. Especially if you replace their old sheet with a stat block, I would say no. But it depends. It depends on what you mean. I also think it changes depending on the campaign type. Like if you're running a Gods Must Be Crazy campaign, then every DM has a DMPC, but they are just an equal member of the party. Because that's a weird campaign type. I think people use it for PCs that become a temporary party member like Kima. See, I have not heard, I've basically only heard it used derogatorily. So like Kima, I would not have considered a DM NPC. I have only ever heard it used derogatorily to refer to an NPC that is like doing things for the party. Basically, a DM NPC, the way that I have understood it, is an NPC that takes away player agency and exists essentially only to do that. But like I said, it's not like a hard and fast definition. It's not like we're going to find this in the DMG. Yeah. To me, the purpose of a DMPC is to only do stuff in combat / give information all the time, everything. Yeah. Well, I think these just kind of highlight the colloquial differences. So that's why it's kind of a... And that's also why it's kind of like an even like not only a hard thing to talk about, but like a hard thing to even critically analyze because it means so many different things to other people or to different people.
I can do all those things.
Well, let's travel for a bit, and then we'll take a proper break.
If we can get to the edge of the bog, then we'll take a sleep, and then.
Wait, I think the edge of the bog is kind of farther than that.
We'll start our journey, and then the next leg of our journey.
All right, let's keep going.
Until we're tired.
Oh, something's happening with the dogs. 1 second. Something's happening with the dogs. I gotta go confirm I'm not needed. We're doing separation anxiety training, which makes them anxious. We're good.
I like the sound of that.
Oh.
So, onward to the... Most impressive for a lady.
Thank you. That's a Baroness burp.
Robert Durst shit.
As you guys push on further northward at the behest of Mealy, you push for another 2 hours or so through the ever-shifting grasses, and as you get further and further north, the color of the grass seems to go from like that deep verdant green to almost a maroon purplish color.
I pop trinket out of the necklace.
He attacks some of the grass and chews it up.
Yeah, I get it.
Don't touch the grass, it'll get angry at you. It'll yell at you for a week.
I don't think that applies here.
It's okay, darling. It's okay. Trick! Keyleth! What? Do not yell at me.
Wait, what did she say? It'll get angry, it'll yell at you for a week. Oh, shit. Because I heard the audience, like, kind of be like, aw. And I was like, oh, fuck, did she say what I think she said? That's so sad. And you could see, dude, during at that stream, you could see me, like, tensing up at how harsh Matt was being. Like, I could feel the anti-Keyleth, anti-Marisha coming on for something that I thought was very normal, very reasonable, and especially with how everyone else was reacting, I thought kind of metagamey-ish, like kind of out of character-esque. And I thought Marisha was honestly the only one really trying to stay in character. That's so sad that she got yelled at for so long. Ugh.
It'll yell at you for a week.
I don't think that applies here.
It's okay, darling. It's okay. Trick! Keyleth! What? Do not yell.
Or maybe they're awing about Matt's interpretation of the bear. I don't know.
I was just trying to protect him.
I give him some grass.
It's fine, it's fine.
It's fine.
And just keeps going forward through the grass fields.
Does the grass seem angry?
No, it just seems to be changing color.
Suck it, grass!
As you say that, the grass goes from like a purplish color to a deep, deep red around you.
Oh, God.
Because you suck out the joy of all of us living around you, and you're so amazing,
That's even worse.
grass.
Not a compliment.
You're still going in the same direction.
I mean, you suck out
I grab
bad.
Keyleth's
All of
hand.
you.
Let's take a walk.
Okay.
All of you, as you're walking, the actual grasses around you are getting more and more dense and are like catching on your feet, and you're finding
sorry,
it actually,
Grass. Wait,
your progression is getting
sorry.
slower and slower.
Wait, no. I have land stride, which means I don't slow against any plants.
Yeah, so you're fine.
You
coast ahead,
Oh, that's
and in fact,
not-
the rest of the party, it's like they're about
What a
going through
dick.
waist-high thickets. The grass
I thought it
looks
was for
gentle,
everyone, I'm sorry.
but as soon as it hits your body, it rakes across it, almost like very, very fine, serrated plants, and it's like catching on your clothing and pulling you back. It's almost like since those statements were made.
You know, I have a hooded lantern. I could just like set this whole fucking thing.
No.
Keyleth, just
The
try-
red goes to a deep, deep cinder-like
I have
red.
to roll initiative on grass?
Does no one... I'm going to take a moment.
I feel like the grass feels our emotions.
Your emotions? Because you yelled at it.
Lovely field. I apologize for the rudeness of my compatriots. We will be gentle, trouncing through you. We will make as little mark as we can and enjoy the splendor of your ever-changing colors. You are majestic. You are windswept. I'm flirting with grass. You are everything I could hope for in a beautiful view.
I sing a song.
What do you sing?
Keep growing, keep flowing, knowing you can always count on me. For sure, that's what scaling's for.
Percy, I want you to make a persuasion check against the grass.
Can I do an interpretive dance pretending to be
Adding
grass?
the D10 inspiration.
Oh,
die.
D10 inspiration.
Do an interpretive
As
dance.
Keyleth does
that,
interpretive dance.
that plant.
That was leaning. That was leaner.
Leaner, go.
That jumped, but
Okay.
that's still fine. It's a persuasion check.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's not bad.
Ooh.
7,
ooh,
8,
for
24.
good time.
What was it?
8 plus 6 plus 7, so
times.
8, 9, 10, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21. 7, 8. It's
No,
hard to
it's
count.
It's more than that.
Between
Thank you.
the interpretive dance of Keyleth amongst the
It's too
tattered,
much, it's
angry
too much.
grasses,
9, 10,
the
11,
beautiful
12,
vocal
15,
stylings of
21,
Scanlan
it is
Shorthalt,
21.
and Percy speaking out a wondrous
plus 6.
poem
It's
towards
fine, it's math, it
the
works.
ever-shifting grasses.
It's a 6.
You watch
point is
as,
it works.
as the deep bright red subsides into the relaxed purple and eventually goes back to a dull green, and you find your traveling no longer impeded as it once was.
Yay.
Good job.
Good job.
You successfully parlayed with the field.
First doors, then grass.
Don't talk shit to grass.
How do you want to mow this?
So, about another half an hour of travel before the distance ahead of you, you can see the dark edge of what looks to be another forest ahead of you, wide and almost end to end. You see it. A lot of these wooded areas almost meet the horizon. It's like you're stepping into just an endless wall of trees. As you begin to approach closer to the edge, Garmelie looks up and says, "All right, so we have choices now. We have the Moonbrush before us, or we have the Green Sea, which is far seaward of here. I would recommend the Moonbrush."
Then we should go the other way, because we don't trust the fucking thing you said.
Very
To be
well.
fair, the
No,
highway
no,
is high
Tyrell
realm
did say
to avoid the Green Sea.
said to avoid the green sea.
Why do you recommend the Moonbrush?
Because it's the only real route to get to the Gilded Run.
What is the Gildan Run?
Through the
Gilded
run of the
Run.
rivers that surround it.
Right, those.
Yes.
Yes.
You're looking for the Shade Murk. You have to get through the Gilded Run to get to the Shade Murk. You have to go
Obviously,
through the
I know.
Moonbrush to get to the Gilded Run.
Where's the theatre?
Yeah. No theater!
Right, so we're going through the brushy moon.
Yes. Come.
Yeah? Are you okay with that, Scanlan?
I'll allow it.
How long have we been awake?
You've been awake for about 12 hours now, I'd say.
Yeah, a few more.
If we want to mist there, then we have to sleep.
Yeah.
But we'll press on for a few more hours.
Certainly. About another 40 minutes of foot travel before you begin to hit the edge of the Moonbrush Forest. As you approach, Garmelie says, "All right, so things you should know about the Moonbrush. One, it is home to a number of denizens, and as you look ahead, you can see it's a thick fog that just permeates the entirety of this forest. You can see the outline of every tree trunk towards the outer rim of this entire brush. The canopy of the trees themselves are like long weeping willows that kind of sag and give this very kind of ominous.
I do like. I sold my memory for a cookie. I do like this travel sequence. Like the beats. It's kind of the opposite, or not the opposite, but it's kind of a counter example of the issue that I talked about of when they were going into Singorn, of Matt like stopping his narration when there wasn't anything for them to react to. In all of these instances, it's like they leave Singorn, there's nothing to react to. They get to the brush, and then he stops, and they talk plans, because now they're in a new biome where they might want to interact or travel differently. Then they get to the point where they can see the woods, and not only can they see the woods, but Matt actually adds on a kind of an additional beat of Garmelie offering them the option. They're not actually at the woods yet. They are still within the other biome, but he's offering them this like additional kind of bundled thing of, okay, so we can continue on, keep going where we're going into the Moonbrush, or we can go to the sea. And then they choose the brush, and then Matt has continued narrating right up until they've gotten up to the edge of this forest, and I am thinking that he is going to stop basically at like the threshold for the forest, and kind of have like a little bit like, you sure you want to go in? And then they're going to go in, and then we narrate a little bit more. It's a much better exploration pacing than the last session. The last session was a lot of like stopping where there were things, but Matt not giving them any indication of like what those things might be or what has transpired to make their characters suddenly aware that there are things in this area. So I like this kind of travel pacing of narration versus stopping a lot more.
Feeling to the entire forest. You can see small mountain spires breaking through portions of the tree line in the distance occasionally, miles between each other, sometimes clustered far closer together. He says, there is a clan of sorts that lives amongst the forest. We'll try our best to avoid. They are natural hunters, and they are of the lichen persuasion. So best that we avoid interaction. They are well read. They have a society. We should touch none of it.
Question. You mentioned we are going into the Moonbrush with lichen hunters?
Yes, it's a necessity.
Yeah, no, it sounds like
That
it.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Yes, but they do have natural enemies. There is a faction of pixies that live within, known as the Wishers, and they are forever locked in a struggle. So avoid both. Do not get involved at all, and we'll be fine.
Great.
Do the lichen tend to populate trees, or if we stay up high, do we maybe avoid them?
Actually, they travel mostly in the trees. That's the easiest way for them to hunt, is unseen.
Well, there you go.
That's awesome.
So this
They are ruled by a singular lichen lord, goes by the name of Ururat.
What?
Ururat.
Ukurat.
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 Ukurat or Udurat?
Ukurat.
Ukurat.
Ukurat. U-K-U-R-A-T. He is to also be avoided.
Is that an elven name? Is that an elven word?
It was once.
Would I know it?
Wait, he used to be elven?
Meaning?
He used to be elven.
They all used to be many things. He happened to be elven at one time, yes. So, anyway, we'll avoid them and avoid the Wishers. And also, those things, the little plants that you saw before.
Mandrakes?
Mandrakes, also everywhere. Avoid them.
Okay.
We'll just avoid the other things I mentioned. So, shall we?
Yes.
And he begins to step and march up to the end of the
Oh,
Moonbrush.
jeez.
Okay.
Fine, we've killed dragons. We'll be fine.
Yikes.
I'm so stoked right now.
Did we? Okay, yeah, sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Guess, yeah.
You guys make your way into the dark Moonbrush itself, and as you walk into the forest immediately, you can hear the swell of distant crickets. Thousands upon thousands, sourcelets fill the air around you.
Audience, please.
That works. I was going to look for cricket sounds here. That's also totally doable.
Someone's got a really good one.
Half-dead carrots.
As you walk in,
Someone actually
the
has
actual
cricket.
dusk light that has permeated the Feywild begins to give way to the first signs of night. You can look up through the different breaks in the tree line. You can see stars for the first time. And you can see what looks to be a very, very dull white glow of moonlight hitting some of the trees and breaking through some of the treetops themselves. The underbrush itself is very soft and spongy with a lot of leaves that have fallen and kind of given this kind of soft setup. As you guys push forward for another half an hour or so, you, in particular, Vexalia, come upon what looks to be a series of stones.
Take a break.
What looks to be a series of small structures, almost like.
Take a break. How close are we? That'll determine if I actually take a break. Ooh, we're 10 minutes. That could be like another hour. So I will indeed take a break. Travis, someone mentioned my special interest. Travis, I agree. Oh my God. I was watching, me and Paige are rewatching The Good Place. We're taking a break from Survivor. We just finished season 26. And we're rewatching The Good Place, which is fantastic, by the way. If you've never seen it, heavy recommend. And at one point very early on, the like manager, the kind of like the trying to find a way to be vague. The more like guide type character is talking to one of the main characters and is like, "Oh, you could pick up a special interest now that you're dead." 6 seconds in, spoiler, they're dead. That's why it's The Good Place. And he's like, "Oh, you could pick up like this new special interest. What about cartography? That would be great." And I was like, huh? And then Paige was like, "You would love picking up cartography in the afterlife." And I was like, actually, it would kind of be ruined in the afterlife. Because map making is only interesting to me insofar as it makes people's lives better. It makes it easier to navigate and find water and resources and connect with other peoples and trade. That is like what makes cartography interesting to me. And if there are no needs because it's the afterlife, then there's no reason for maps. So it was actually kind of sad to think about, like, if there is a heaven, my special interest is kind of not applicable there. Oh no. I mean, I guess it's kind of like cooking. No, not really. I don't know. I'm crumbling into mummy dust at the mention of Survivor. Survivor has more than 26 seasons. Oh my god, are you for real right now? It has like 45. Survivor current season 47, 47th and 48th in 2024-25. We are about halfway through. Oh, it's got, wait, you stopped? Oh, that's so tough. You stopped on Thailand. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Because Marquesas was season 4 and Thailand was season 5. And me and Paige agree that Thailand is the worst season that we've watched out of the 26 we've seen.
To be fair, we didn't finish one of the seasons because it was so bad and it wasn't Thailand.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily bad. It was more just boring. It was more just like we kind of know what's going to happen and we don't really want to watch it play out.
Pearl Islands is the best.
Pearl Islands is dope. Pearl Islands is really, really good. So,
You made it past that.
yeah, you made it
Pearl
past
Islands
Thailand.
is 8.
Yeah, Pearl Islands is 8. Then, what, Palau, Vanuatu? For a while.
Stars 9.
No, All Stars is 8. Pearl Islands is 7. I'd have to go through them all. It doesn't matter. But for a while, I could name the first, like, 20. But now I've given up. There's too many.
Would you like something like this?
Yes, that's so cool.
We got right here, and Callie was like, what would you get Jack? What's something that, like, you're positive he would love? And I was like, man, honestly, we're at this booth that has all these pictures of, like, detailed maps of Chicago, like, in art
Show
style.
it to camera.
And I was like, oh, probably this, but who knows? Because every time I think I know.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, you can't really see it because of the camera res. But it's like a super, like line by line, street by street. Like, it has, like,
That was this
each...
entire booth.
Oh, and it has... Look at that. It has the... Oh, wait, no. What is that? Ooh.
It's going on tomorrow. We could go.
Oh, no. I don't want to leave the house.
So that is something you would like?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, wait. Maybe if I zoom in. Yeah, you can see,
But
like...
if the map
all of
is
it's so detailed.
pointless in the afterlife.
Yeah.
Why does it matter when we have Google Maps to look at that?
Well, because maps are useful now, so they're interesting.
Okay.
I would still, in the afterlife, I would absolutely want a gallery of Earth maps to peruse. That would be super interesting because those maps were made with a purpose. I wouldn't want to map out the afterlife because mapping out the afterlife would have no purpose.
So instead of the clown gallery.
Instead of the clown gallery, I would want a map gallery, yes. That would be my favorite place to spend time. If I could see all of the maps from all of existence, that would just be what I did for all of eternity.
This is some art I got.
You cannot show that on stream.
Why?
There's a nipple.
That's not really.
There's a facsimile of a nipple.
Can I do it?
No! Ah! I still have my Pearl Islands buff from all those years ago. That's so sick. I assume you weren't on Pearl Islands. It was like a merch, right? Because that's insane if you were on Pearl Islands. Rupert! Oh my god, if Rupert was in my chat, I would fangirl. I would fanboy if Rupert was in my chat. That'd be insane.
Did you buy one? You know they can buy it.
Oh, they do have like those charity things. I assumed it was just merch. It was a merch buff. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the merch was buff. Yeah. Yes, Rupert. Oh my god, yeah. The buff was merch. Yeah. I love when Paige hears you talk about her and just shows up to correct you. Oh my god, that's my life. Yeah. Paige hates when I tell inaccuracies. She's like, I know that you're capturing the spirit of the story, but you're not being detailed enough. You're lying, even though you're capturing the spirit.
Every time he even gets something wrong in like, oh, it was 6 months ago, and I hear him say that, and I go, actually, it was 2 months ago. And it just, I don't come in for that, but it does ping in my brain every time. Like, inaccurate, that's wrong.
That's why in my life, I just started saying the other day to refer to the past. The other day could literally mean any point that is in the past, probably within the past year. Do you think that's accurate? I think that's accurate.
2 years.
2 years, maybe. Yeah, the other day is just, at some point in the past.
You know, I'll give you this. The other day is maybe within a year. You go a while ago, within 7 years.
Yeah, a while ago could be like any time in the past like 5 to 7 years, yeah. I think that's fair. Why do I need to be more exact than that? It doesn't matter. If it did matter, I would include it. But Paige was raised on telling the truth and not lying. Ugh, passe, if you ask me. Yeah. I'd love to see a map of what my township used to look like 40 years ago. Oh, yeah. Apparently there used to be farmland there. Now it's all suburbia. That'd be so sick. Yeah, me and Paige went to the Chicago Library the other day, and they have a map section that has all of these topography maps of like different cities in the USA from like the 70s. And it is so cool. Like we found like her hometown of like 1,000 people. And they had like a topographical map of what it looked like back in the 70s. It was so sick. And it was in Chicago, and they had like a Kansas map. It was huge. It was so cool. And I thought that was, I don't know. I thought it was super interesting. Paige was kind of interested. She was interested enough to stay there for my interest. Marriage. A lie by omission is still a lie, but like a littler one, though. That's how I was raised. I would say the other day is within a week. Ooh, yeah. If that's how you've been taking some of my stories, I've got news for you. That is not at all how I used the other day. Any point between 2016 and yesterday is the other day for me. Me and confused are much more on the wave. The other day and a while ago are statements I cannot stand. I think you're more on Paige's wave. She definitely wants accuracy because she's like, well, accuracy helps build the story. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. Anyways, I was supposed to take a break like 10 minutes ago. I'm going to go do that. I'll be right back, and then we will finish the episode. I'll see you in a second. We're back. Hello. USGS maps are all publicly available online now. It's so cool. Fuck yeah. I didn't know that. USGS? Like, globals? Geo services? What is USGS? Oh, the Geological Survey. Okay. I took a GIS class in college that was so sick. I didn't realize that these were all... Oh my gosh. Special interest activated. TBH, I'd probably trust a physical map over Google or iOS maps. At the very least, they're excellent backups for when the GPS goes crazy. I mean... Google Maps and Apple Maps are just photos. They are stitched together photos. And like, you know, they're like whitewashed and they're made to look all similar to each other. But you can actually especially the satellite view, maybe the I guess I don't know exactly how they make the non-satellite view. But if you can see all of the like actual images and like terrain, those are all images taken by satellites that Google then purchases. So they're definitely like real places. And they're all just like stitched together. In some places you can see the seams, which is very interesting to me. But it's I still get what you mean by like trusting a physical map. Because it can't be updated incorrectly. And especially like for a while, iOS was not... They just weren't building their maps with enough data. They were not licensing enough up-to-date, accurate data to actually make their maps accurate. And then their pathfinding was also very bad. But that's a whole separate issue as well. What is Brazil's capital shaped like? A croissant? Wait, their capital. The map of Brazil. Brazil's capital is shaped like the map of Brazil, a plane, a dog. I feel like now it's like B. That's such a crazy trivia fact that the capital of Brazil is shaped like the map of Brazil. That's fucking wild. That's going to be my answer just cuz it's crazy. What up? We're almost finished, Sarah. We're almost finished. They got... Oh, it's shaped like a plane. That's cool. That's weird. I would like to see the terrain and see an explanation as to why. That's very interesting. But we're just finishing up episode 60. They are just now entering the forest, the Moonbrush. They're just about to enter the Moonbrush. So that's about where we are. I mentioned USGS maps because people were talking about wanting old maps of a place, and I used USGS to get all the maps in my area. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. Oh, it was purpose. Oh, it was a plan shape. I see. Okay. Interesting. Google Maps fucked me over hard a couple weeks ago. Tried to make us go to the wrong bus stop in an insane way. Yeah, it's I have a separate map for Chicago buses, or I have a separate software, like an app, for Chicago buses because Google Maps is frequently wrong about where the buses are, how long they're going to be, which stop we should be at. The public transit pathfinding is pretty mid, at least in Chicago. It like functions, but it's not going to get you there fast. And it was planned to say built during the dictatorship years. That's so interesting. I find planned cities incredibly interesting, not in like an aspirational way, in a watching a car wreck sort of way. Because urban planning is really hard, and surprisingly, most of the time, you cannot think of every single aspect that a city needs before you have even broken ground. And I'm not saying that I could. I'm pretty much saying I don't think anyone could. But I would be interested to see a city that, because I'm assuming that Rio is like still around, obviously. Like it obviously is. Unless, wait, no. Rio isn't the capital. Brasilia is the capital. And I don't hear about Brasilia all too often. Interesting. Anyways, special interest put aside. We're over the talking budget. Back to Critical Role.
Like not like buildings per se, but intently placed obelisks of raw rough stone. And as you come across and look on that side, you can see what looks to be the base of one of the mountain spires that sticks out with a large cave.
Do I see any kind of markings on the?
Make a perception check.
Get out of here!
What'd you get?
Natural one.
Natural one.
I know!
They just look kind of rough and old. They've been placed there. This old magic.
God, you're so bad at D&D.
God, I suck!
But what you do see around the ground, right out front of this cave, what appears to be hundreds and hundreds of small objects, piles, what looks like fruits and flowers and bones and stone carvings, all sorts of just things placed in front of this cave.
Can I do a nature check on one of the bones to see if I can identify where it came from?
Okay. So you head out and take one of the bones and look at it. Go make a nature check.
You know, the closest bone. I don't want to. Ooh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That ain't nothing to sneeze at.
No, it's not. 28.
28. This bone belongs to a larger bird, like a great eagle. You can't quite specifically make out what it is, but it's been carved with small letters into it of a language you can't understand. It looks like it's some sort of a ritual item that's been placed there in the ground. But as you pick up and make this moment notice,
I'm going stealth just cause.
What did I do?
you all hear a giant echoing roar come from the cave.
Was that fast enough?
What'd you roll?
30.
30. Okay, yeah. You just out. You are gone. The rest of you, right at the outside of the small clearing where all of these small objects have been kind of clustered in place, hear this rumbling, loud roar come tearing through.
I step back with the bone.
Okay. What are the rest of you guys doing?
I pull the broom out from behind my back.
Okay.
Can I lean the bone over to Vexalia and be like,
She shows you the bone.
is this draconic?
Is it draconic?
It is not draconic.
God fucking.
What is it? Anything that I recognize though?
What languages do you know?
Elvish, Abyssal,
Sylvan.
Undercommon.
No, none of those.
Shit.
Son of a God.
However, at this time, the trees behind you two, because the rest of you guys were kind of staying back.
Who's you two? Who's you two?
Vex and Keyleth. The trees shift and close off the exterior. As you turn towards the entrance of the cavern, you can see emerging from the front a giant. It's hard to really tell the first moment that it appears, but you see what looks to be a gargantuan dire bear-like entity, made of crackling blue ghostly energy, shimmering translucent, not actually a physical form, but massive in size.
Trinket, go kill that
Wait,
thing.
did we get cut off? Did Vex and I get cut off from everybody else?
Everybody else.
Shit! I grab Keyleth's wrist and I fly into the air.
I hold on for dear fucking
As you
life!
grab her wrist, as you fly up, the trees close off, and you go slamming into the tree boughs. You lose the broom for a second. Go ahead and hold your grip. Make a strength check.
Strength check!
We can't even see them, Matt?
You guys can't see them; they just closed off in the trees.
On!
Do something.
Is that a saving throw or is just a check?
Just a check. 5.
Come on,
You lose grip of the broom, and both Vex and Keyleth tumble down about 20 feet. You both suffer 7 points of damage as you slam into the center of another pile of what looks like knickknacks and things that are gathered on the floor.
All right.
To this point,
This whole like trees cutting off their escape is something that it's why it, how do I say it? It's why it makes me nervous to run wild beyond Witchlight. Because it, how do I can't find quite the right words. Like running for a short time in the Feywild is fine. Where, you know, there are no rules, things just happen, you know, people have these wacky, crazy powers. But I find, at least for myself, when I roll with that, lol so random, there are no rules, everything reacts differently. In this case, the trees can just magically animate and block your exit and block the top. It's very... It's not that it can get railroady necessarily. It can just get to the point where it feels like you get locked in very quickly. Like when there are no rules and you start doing something and then the environment reacts around you to what you're doing and locks you into that path, that can, I don't know, it can get a little old. Like every interaction that they've had outside of Singorn that has involved the environment in any way has been very much like they do one minor thing, just a little exploratory gesture, and the environment reacts violently and locks them into place, which I don't love. Again, it's discouraging exploration, but it's doing it in an odd way, and I don't know that it's encouraging or that it's actually accomplishing the goal. Because theoretically, the fact that they can't run away, right? What is the actual purpose of that? It is to say, I think, it's one of two things. It is either they can't run away because Matt really wants them to fight this bear. This bear is, I think, a custom monster. If I'm unaware of the blue ghost dire bear, forgive me. But I doubt that it just has this layer action naturally of animating the trees to block escape. So Matt added that on either as part of the bear's stat block or as maybe a part of the environmental block if he has one of those. And if you lock them into that, it's either because, and if you add that, it's because you either want them to fight the bear or you want to instill within them that if you even tip your toe into something, there's a chance you're just locked in, which theoretically would discourage dipping your toe into things. It would discourage tangential exploration, which I think can be a fair goal. But I think doing it this way is so separated from that goal because, the thing that you are discouraging is the tipping of the toe. But if you get locked in and then survive, which you would want to survive, you would want them to survive. You wouldn't want them to dip their toe and then immediately kill them. That would be shitty. So if they survive, it's actually degrading the message of how dangerous the Feywild is. They're like, okay, well, if we dip our toe, we might get locked into combat, but we can deal with what's around here. Which is not the messaging that you want. You want to be discouraging that dipping of the toe. So pushing them away might be a better way to go about that. They're being very needy, asking for rolls right here. Was it Liam who tried to read perception instead of Matt speaking? I mean, no, he tried to go stealth. But I mean, I don't even honestly at this point. Part of a table like this is that the DM has to make clear when it's okay to interrupt them, because Matt will frequently do monologues and dialogues where interrupting is not only okay, but is kind of being encouraged. Like I talked about that on the way when they were on their way into Singorn with his like repetitive statements. Those statements are meant to be interrupted, but he might not have drawn that line as clearly, and he's very often allowed them to call their own checks. So interrupting him by calling their own checks, essentially as a reaction to the thing he is describing, I don't think is like off tone for this table. I would never, not happening at my table, but I don't blame the players for that. That is something that I think Matt and that Matt and the party are like duly culpable in terms of like asking for roles or saying that they're going to make roles in the middle of a monologue. I think that they are both responsible for that behavior, because Matt has not explicitly encouraged it, but quasi encouraged it. Even here, he reacted to he didn't say like, hey, don't roll that. He said, what did you get? Not even, yeah, you can roll. Not even, giving approval. He just said, what did you get? Liam told him, and then he narrated him disappearing. He rewarded him for it. So I'd say that's very solidly. If you don't like that behavior, which is fair, I don't like it. That's on both of them. What you're describing about the environment, locking into a course of events might be tough for D&D, but is kind of like real life. Yeah, but in real life, people die in very uninteresting ways. And most of life is relatively uninteresting, That's why the game of life sucks as a board game. Yeah, I think that is kind of an inherently uninteresting part of life. So I would still generally critique it. I think that Matt is doing this right now because it's a live show and they have to end in 20 minutes. That's why he's locking them in. Maybe. I would say maybe. It seems like an odd cliffhanger to end on, but he also didn't even end on the cliffhanger. It seems like they're about to go into combat here. Because I would kind of agree of like introducing the bear and then letting them run away. That seems much more like end of session to me. But this bear is like very... But if you are going to fight the bear, then you stop right when the bear is introduced, before they even try to run away. Which maybe that's too early. But I mean, that would be like 10 minutes off their actual endpoint, so I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. If I go down a gulch and can't get up and have to walk for a while, that is consequences. Okay. I fully disagree with that as an example. There's a gulch right here, and all of your capabilities. None of your capabilities change. You go down into the gulch, and then you're down there. None of your capabilities have changed. The gulch has not changed, and you can't get out. Yes, that's absolutely consequences. This is equivalent to if you saw a gulch, you definitely had the capability to escape said gulch. You went down into the gulch, and the moment your feet touch the bottom, a giant slab comes over and blocks your way. That's not consequences. That is the environment locking you into a choice. Like... the environment changing to lock you into a choice. Maybe that's the thing I should hit on. An environment can, deliver consequences, but if an environment changes after you commit to an action, that is the environment changing to lock you into said choice, which is different than it just inherently being part of said environment. Which is why I started this by saying, the Feywild kinda iffy to me. Because all of the environments that you ever interact with might just have these slabs built in to block your exit. And that's just the Feywild, baby. That's just that's just the way the news goes. And that's like my least favorite part of the Feywild is the fact that you cannot really rely on anything that you see, hear, or understand. And so you can't really make any truly intelligent choices because you can't trust anything that you see or experience, which I think is iffy. I don't know. Also, we need a dramatic ending for the live audience. I agree. I think that them going past the reveal of the bear is less dramatic, which is what they're doing now. So, I mean, I kind of agree about like the dramatic end, but if that was the goal, I think we might have missed it. Unless he plans for the dramatic end to be later, but then he gets a signal during. But then again, why are we locking them in? I don't know. I disagree with you. Here, it has been demonstrated multiple times that the environment in the Feywild will interact with the party. Right. That's why I'm saying that I don't love the Feywild. I don't think we disagree. That's why I'm saying the Feywild. I'm not saying that this is like unestablished, but I'm saying that the way that this interaction is going, I don't think is accomplishing good things. And the fact, like, it's been established that the environment will interact with them, which should just discourage interaction, right? That's like the main thing that does is just discourage interaction broadly. So then when they go and they interact, which has been discouraged, you want to further discourage interaction. But if they get locked into this and win, that did not discourage the interaction. That actually said, hey, actually, interaction's fine. So, yeah, I don't know. I think there's like there's mixed messaging going on, maybe. Don't compare life to D&D. We play to get away from the game of life. I know. Love the drawing that says, but they entered the Feywild. The lawlessness of the Feywild is the gulch, not 3 specific trees. Yeah. I must have missed the admission of Feywild. Yeah. Which I agree with you guys. Like, this is the Feywild. The Feywild is a gulch with built-in slabs at every corner. And it's why the Feywild makes me nervous. Because it's a land where the players just, at least the way that this is being run, my favorite version of the Feywild is a Feywild that is actually very rule driven. Like, it's incredibly rule-driven, which is oftentimes how the Feywild is described. It works differently than the material plane. It's not a land of total chaos, though. It works very differently. That's, like, the underlying principle of the deals of the Feywild. Like, the fact that deals are important is in and of itself an embracing of, like, rules and law within the Feywild. Now, I could hear an argument that those deals are put into place to deal with the unpredictable nature of their environment. I don't love that interpretation for basically the entire preface of this conversation. I prefer the interpretation of it is a result of their environment, where the environment doesn't behave totally randomly, or however the DM needs it to behave in that moment. It behaves according to rules. The rules are just different and ineffable, but they are rules that the party can ultimately learn. Like, I think that is some of the most interesting stories about the Fae from real life and from D&D, is learning the Fae ways, out-tricking them, learning how to navigate within the Feywild. Learning the cultures and the customs and the moralities, I think, and getting that and mastering basically a new reality, I think is the most interesting part of the Feywild. And the more random side of it is I think just frankly less interesting. I think it leads to the players being able to make and perceive less interesting decisions. I hear that this type of unpredictability in world interaction is probably a challenge for GMs and players to anticipate. Yeah, I think that's kind of the core, is like that unpredictability. Like, and if your players are down to just kind of throw their hands up and like ride the roller coaster, essentially, I think that's fine. And honestly, up until this point, like them approaching Singorn, I think it was 59. Them approaching Singorn, I was like, right, they're just getting to Singorn, so I can kind of ignore everything that's going on with the description and implementation of the Feywild. But running an honest to God exploration sequence within it, which is what we're kind of leaning into, is less desirable for me. And like I'll give a kind of counter example to like what I'm imagining here. I think this would be more palatable to me if we say, okay, here's the Green Sea. Here's the Green Sea. Gilded Run right here. Gilded Run. And Shade Merc over here. And so then, you know, you can go through the Green Sea to get to the Shade Merc. And then, like, this entire segment is, what is it, the Moon Forest or whatever? Moonbrush? I think Moonbrush. I called it Moon Forest. This entire segment is the Moonbrush. Right now, them just entering, just penetrating. I don't know why I said that. The Moonbrush is an exploration sequence. They are supposed to find their way through to get to the other side. And that, although I guess they have Garmelie. Because I was going to say, them wandering through this place with no rules is not interesting. I would much prefer it if there was basically like a trailhead through the Moonbrush. And, you know, it had this pattern to lefts and rights, and they kept winding up back where they were. And, you know, it's kind of it's a puzzle to even get through the Moonbrush. And then there are threats depending on if they go the wrong way. But they do have Garmelie that can sort of act as this path, but the point of the path is for them to not do things like this. And so if Garmelie is supposed to act as the path, then he should have discouraged them from interacting with the cave at that point, because the cave is not going to get them down the path. Because the path is, to me, the path is the equivalent of the roller coaster. Like, if we're just going to accept the unpredictability of the Feywild, which you absolutely can do. I don't love the interpretation, but it's valid. Then I would rather it be a very on-rails, we're throwing our hands up experience, which it kind of is, but we're missing the path. Or the path is shirking their job, i.e. Garmelie is shirking their job. I think. I mean, I'd get mad too if Random Traveler told me to suck it. To me, it feels like there are rules, but they apply to significantly more entities than the material plane. I think maybe then, if there are rules, the rules are so ineffable that the players haven't even tried to grasp them, which I don't think is good. If there are rules, they need to be ostensible enough to where they're not understood, but players are aware that they're there, I think. But the trees blocking them in once an enemy appears, any different than a dungeon doing a lair action to trap adventurers or a bad guy slamming the prison gates behind you to fight? Yeah, honestly, I don't love those either. I'll be fully real with you. I don't love the bad guy slamming the prison gates is on the borderline because those are gates that are there that can be slammed. You know what I'm saying? But like right now, we don't know, and we know like what operates the gates. It's people. So the bad guy would say, "Hey, my minions, slam the gates closed." And we can like see all of the mechanisms of how that works. And that sort of goes back to the rules discussion of like, are there rules, are there not? If there are rules around when the trees animate and what the tree's priorities are, I'm into that. I'm much more into that. But if the trees just kind of animate whenever, that's what I'm less into. And I think kind of discourages interesting stuff. I'm not sure the meta gameplay aspect you're anticipating here isn't as big of a problem as you are describing. I mean, I think it leads towards it potentially like I understood why Matt wanted like my initial interpretation was that Matt wanted the Feywild to feel dangerous to discourage exploration, to get them through quicker. If he does a reversal on that and he's like, hey, these are the ways in which things are dangerous. If you dip your toe in, you might be committed and you might just get trapped, but then they win, then it's not actually that dangerous and you haven't discouraged travel, and you might get an issue where the entire sequence feels very meandering for for what was supposed to be a pretty low-key set of episodes, pretty fast. You know what I'm saying? So I think whether or not it's a problem depends on Matt's intentions on like how long this is supposed to last. Because if he wanted it to be a quick sequence, I totally get discouraging exploration. But I think that this does not do that, which could lead to it feeling meandering. We'll see. However, if he doesn't care about it being long, then why discourage exploration in the first place? Which I think the first episode absolutely did. So I think that basically what I'm saying is the two things that I'm observing here are accomplishing separate goals. And we'll see with the overall run of the arc how that plays out. But one is encouraging exploration and one is not. And you should encourage exploration if there's a bunch of interesting things that have larger impacts on the plot to discover. You should discourage exploration if you want it to be a tight experience, like a dungeon crawl. You don't want them to be going off into who knows fucking where. Because then it'll lead to it feeling meandering and slow because you haven't put in all of those interesting things that you would have for an exploration sequence. So it's not even, I agree in general that it's not a problem, except for the fact that it's contradictory to other things that have been established. It's that contradiction that I view as the problem, not the actual action itself. An analogy that comes to mind being neurodivergent in a neurotypical world, Fae and humanoids from the prime material plane run on different hardware. They can communicate, but they comprehend how someone thinks like that. Yes. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, they just run on different rules. I think your presupposition of they were not supposed to go here is incorrect. My presupposition that they weren't supposed to go here? I mean, maybe. If they're supposed to go here, they don't know it. You know what I'm saying? Like, their goal is the Shade Merc. Their goal has been the Shade Merc. So unless this has something towards, like, because they're not going to spend a larger amount of time in the Feywild, so we don't need to deeply characterize the Feywild more than we already have. So if they're supposed to go here, it would serve one of three purposes: characterizing the Feywild, larger plot significance, or accomplishing their current goal, or side plot significance, I guess. And maybe we'll see. Maybe it does do one of those things. But if that was the case, none of those were broadcast to the players before they were trapped. So if that is the purpose, those were not broadcast to them, so the players didn't even know that. So yeah, if this location has larger and this enemy has larger plot significance, then I would say that it was a failure to broadcast that, because they could have easily walked right past this without any indication that it was important in the slightest. You know what I'm saying? Like, why is this thing here? I guess is the core thing there. Is because that is my presupposition is that this is there to be a threat, which and for things to be threatening like that, you don't want to interact with them. It's supposed to characterize this it's supposed to further the characterization of the Feywild as a dangerous place with a bunch of dangers. Like, literally, Garmelie was like, don't fucking touch anything. And then they immediately went and touched something. So, like, everything that Matt has given me so far is what gives me the supposition that they weren't supposed to go here. Because everything I've heard from Matt up until right now has led me to the belief that they shouldn't fuck with random shit that they see. And there wasn't anything extra that was displayed to encourage them to fuck with that shit. It was just kind of there. There are rules to the Feywild, but these players aren't making a bigger effort to discover them. They didn't get a guidebook or do more research. Vox are being arrogant. I think you're making an assumption that there are more rules. I have honestly not really seen an indication that there are more rules. Maybe there are. I guess actually, no, I take that back. The deal making is a supposition that there are more rules. I agree with you. I agree with that there. But I would still more largely say that there do not appear to be any patterns to that. So, like, an example, right? The main environmental interactions that we have gotten thus far is Keyleth picking the flower and then the vines reacting. So it is Keyleth. Here, I need to pull the tablet over. So it's like Keyleth does the action. Oh no, the tablet's on the wrong screen. Basically, Keyleth interacts with the environment. The environment reacts back at Keyleth. Then in the grass, the Vox touched the environment. They touched the grass. The environment reacted back. In this case, Vox touched the bone. And the environment reacted back. So I agree that that's why this, so far, I hadn't had a problem with how the Feywild was described. But in this case, I think that either there is no rules and there's no real precedent, or the precedent that we have been given has been broken. The precedent that we've been given has been broken. Now, maybe the rules are even more complicated. Maybe touching the bone activates the creature. The creature can activate the environment, much like the Dryad asserted. This is my grove. I control the trees. Maybe. But that's a lot of steps out And if Vox is not going to spend a lot of time here, I think it's fair for them to not put in effort to learn rules that seem that complicated, like that multi-stage. And so again, it depends on how long they want to stay there. If they were going to commit to like an entire arc, like an entire tier, multiple levels within the Feywild, I think this sort of display is actually, honestly, more than fine. Because that also means that we need to characterize the Feywild more thoroughly. So this could be totally fine. But when I assume that we are only here for Fenthros, so I'm comparing that to all of the other vestige hunts, we're already over the amount of episodes that we should have been here. Now, obviously, there's more to do. There's Singorn. There's all this stuff. But we'll see how long it goes between Singorn. Oh, I minus that out. Between Singorn and them actually getting Fenthros. Because I think the most episode, a good equivalent would be them going to the Sphinx fight and getting Mythcarver. Because that one, they went on a journey, they met a faction, just like they went on a journey and met Singorn. It's like the what do you call them? The refugees. Then after the refugees, they did the orc fight, then they went, found the dungeon, did the entire dungeon, and then escaped. So I think that was 2 episodes, maybe 3, depending on my recollection. My recollection isn't great. So if this is more than 3 episodes, we're diverging from what I assume Matt wanted the length of this to be. Because that has been the established precedent for that. So I don't know. Yeah. So I'd say that for a 2 to 3 episode arc, I think it's fair for Vox to
take a break.
Oh, I'm gonna skip this break. For Vax to not want them. Or for Vox to not try too hard to learn the rules, especially while they're not even in the Shade Merc yet. They need to dedicate their attention to learning the Shade Merc. And so getting there, they weren't learning the rules of the Frostwild. Dipping your toe, getting a fight, winning is the D&D 5e loop IMO. It depends. If that is the guaranteed loop, if every time you see a threat, you can beat it, I think that reduces the stakes. I think it's good to have threats in your world that your players cannot conquer. But those types of threats need to be thoroughly broadcast. And I thought they were. That's the thing. I think that's the ultimate thing that we're coming down to here, is my perception of the Feywild up until right now was don't fuck with anything, don't even touch the grass, don't touch a flower, don't touch anything, because this thing is filled to the brim with threats that you cannot handle. But then the way that this situation has been handled seems to contradict that. And I think it's good to have threats that players can't handle in the world, that they could theoretically interact with if they're not paying attention. And if they're not heeding the signs. But, yeah. Maybe he discouraged exploration until they'd gotten their clear mission. They've had their clear mission. I would also say they've had their clear mission. Yeah, I don't know. The getting trapped, then getting out allows them to feel powerful and builds their confidence, arrogance, and lets Matt increase the threat every time they interact with the world. I think you are theoretically right about a way that this sort of interaction can go with a specific party. Relating it to Vox Machina specifically, I don't think that a lack of arrogance is their problem. I think it's honestly quite the opposite. So I don't know if that's a good tactic for Vox specifically. I feel like Matt has a list of enemies for an area, and depending on what the cast does, he rolls out the most appropriate. He seemed to want to be prepared for them going anywhere. Maybe. Yeah. I think we're rehashing a bit. Matt as a DM does know how long the players. Matt as a DM does not know how long the players will choose to stay in the wilds, but he has a lot of control over it. Matt as a DM has a substantial amount of control over how long they stay in the Feywilds. So, like, just as like a quick example. So right now, they started at the Nymph Pond. They went through kind of a foresty area. Then they went through a grassy area. There was Singorn. Then they went through more of a grassy area. Then they went through more of a grassy area. Then they went into the forest again. The number of events that you place on this path, so like the amount of nodes that are in the forest here and the grasslands here, that is all that will determine, or at least it won't determine necessarily, but it'll have a substantial impact on how long they choose to stay in the Feywild. So, I mean, when choose, right? They're going to stay until the mission is done and maybe a bit after. So if you don't introduce interesting things in these, like we talked about earlier with like the travel sequences of like when Matt chooses to stop versus not stop, if you don't introduce stop points, they will get through these distances faster and ultimately get to the Shade Merc quicker in real life time. It might take the exact same amount of time in fiction, but it'll take it'll be much quicker real life. So in terms of session length, and in terms of like the amount of sessions that they're in the Feywild, Matt has a lot of control over how long they stay here. And that's like maybe that's like kind of a take home aspect for me. Is like the DM is in pretty full control over like just how much shit is in the world and how much stuff you stop for. Like how much stuff you stop traveling to look at and interact with. It's not fully up to the DM, but it's largely up to them. Yeah. If they say they want to stay for a long time, Matt will let them. Well, that's yes. He will let them. That's my point, is he has control over it. So the things that he chooses to do are at least partially in service of how long he thinks they want to stay there if they have not vocalized it directly. But all their vocalizations have been, let's get Fenthras. But yes, it is. I agree that he probably would, but he is in control of that. It's been an hour since you said that 10. I know it has. That's why I never, whenever I'm planning out a critical eyes, I can never rely on timing. I have a calculation to estimate stream length, but it's like a plus or minus 1 or 2 hours sort of deal. It can always extend or contract. Taking out his frustration, he looked kind of annoyed that the party's not taking a hint and stalling too much. It could be now we're sort of getting into implications about their emotional state. I know that I'm speculating on like intentions, but I'm speculating on like planning and design intentions. It's hard to speculate on their emotional state because they're actors and there are a lot more emotional pressures going on with them at the table. So he could be annoyed. He might not even be annoyed and he might just emote differently. Or he might be annoyed at something totally separate. He might be annoyed at technical issues, at some specific aspect of the production. So I think I try not to. I know that I often speculate about planning intentions or running intentions, but I don't know that we can speculate on like emotions because there are just so many other factors going on here, and sometimes there are other factors to everything. This convo feels weird. I mean, I think me and chat have not strongly disagreed on a topic in a while. And I think that disagreement, it introduces friction. We're arguing back and forth. I think that like disagreement often feels weirder than agreement. But that's like, I don't know. To me, that's just part of it. Matt has a lot of control, but I think he holds back from exercising his control often. He'd rather tempt them and have them go places by their own choices. And I think this is where we're maybe we're fundamentally disconnecting here. Matt can't give up his control. That's not a thing that like a DM can like release. Because again, he chooses the points of interest that are in these zones. So, like, this bear was not here until Matt put the bear here. And no matter how naturalistically you're building your worlds or your settings, there's always going to be that aspect to things. You can never 100% like simulate a world to like figure out where everything is. DMs have to make decisions. And so Matt decided that the bear was here. And, I agree that he, like, when I say, like, exercising his control, I don't mean, like, forcing them into a fight with the bear. I mean just putting the bear there in the first place. That is Matt's control over how long the sessions will or won't be. I think that's the big thing. And so why points of interest are even there in the first place, I think has an effect on how things progress. A big effect, I would say. Wait, what? I think your discussion about GM control feels like general D&D setup. We've looped back down to known dynamics of the game. Yeah, no, yes. This is a very niche train of talk. That's true. But yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying is GMs are always in control of these factors. Because I agree that is it's the general TTRPG setup, not even D&D. GMs are in control of those pacing mechanics and like those pacing points. They're in control over how well they're foreshadowed. They are in control over pretty much all of that. And so the way that they go about placing points of interest, the way that they go about foreshadowing those points of interest, the general threat level of those points of interest, like, there's nothing to stop Matt here from foreshadowing this more by having the trail of like debris spilling way further out from the cave. He very easily could have had it spilling out way further, maybe before the clearing line, so that if they picked up a piece of debris outside of the clearing, it didn't trigger anything. If they went inside and picked it up, it did trigger something. Again, I don't even know if he should have done that, but those sorts of decisions are in his control. And they have these metatextual effects of how long they stay in the Feywild, what they feel they can or can't do in the Feywild, if they feel like there are rules, how threatening they feel like everything is. The GM has control over all of that because they have control over whether or not stuff exists. Just as like a baseline thing. Stuff just doesn't exist if they don't want it to. Or if they just don't think about it existing. So I agree with that. It's probably only a function on not having enough time to develop the area, so they have to be there because there is not anything besides it. Well, and that depends on if they want to develop the area. So, like, saying, like, we don't have time to develop the area would depend on what's in the area. Because, again, we could totally, we could totally have a situation where you could add in more globally plot-relevant events. So, like, we could have events related to the Chroma Conclave more broadly and not just Fenthros specifically. Also, I see that chat is disconnected. This chat will normally catch up in a few minutes, but I can still see your chats over there. I just wanted to let you know that they're not missing. But, yeah, how long they have to develop it is good. Or is under his control, but whether or not that's all focused on Fenthros, whether or not other things are introduced, that's what will stop it or shape it into feeling meandery, feeling too slow, feeling too fast. All of those things build the pacing discussion. And I know that we've had discussions in the comments about like world building versus plot building. And I've said before that I kind of reject that they're different. Because at the end of the day, and this is maybe where I'll kind of close it out, because I can see people saying like, maybe we've reached a point of well reasoned, watch and find out. Yeah, so I'll kind of end it here. I think that when I think of the world building DM versus the plot building DM, I think about how they go about building the framework. Like, what is their starting point? So my starting point, as I've talked about on my on that GeoGuessr stream or my prep streams, is like I build the world first and derive plot from it. But I've also talked about how I build 80% of the world. I build the structure, the bones of said world, and then I fill it in based on the plot. So I'd consider myself like 80% world building DM, 20% plot building, I guess, if you want to like kind of measure it that way. But like to a point, everyone has to do both to make an interesting game that has good pacing and that doesn't get ridiculously boring or ridiculously deadly, depending on, where you are. So I think you need to have an aspect of both to make a good game. It's just like the ratios in which you have it. I thrive on passion. I got word, not gonna lie, about me being out of sync with stream because of the chat. But it's really not anything wrong. Yeah, I don't know. So something is going on with YouTube's chat API. I don't know what it is. It's causing the issues that we saw the other day. It's causing issues with the bot. Like the chat is dead issue that we saw the other day. I don't know what's going on with it. But right now, on screen chat is not working, but this side chat is working. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the membership, Albie. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I didn't realize there was a stream today. Loved the last one though. Sick. Thank you. Yeah, there's only a stream today because I've been talking for a long time about the Feywild. Which I think, honestly, one of the reasons that I think I've had so much to say about the Feywild is it's the first truly new environment that we've come to. Everything else has been variations, or it's either been places that we've been before as an audience, and or places that Vox has been before. That was like the thing with Westrun. And the things have changed, so there's still like a sense of discovery, but there's not been as much of like a blank slate of discovery as we have. So I think that gives me a lot to say. Because the way that you introduce a new environment is so complicated. And it is not like a super easy thing to just snap your fingers and do. So that's why I think I have so much to say and why I'm thinking about so much with it. Because not only is it's like it's a new city, it's new biomes, it's new world rules, it's a new plane, it's new, moralities of character. All of these things. There's an ever-present Geist that gets put into place when you make a deal. All of these things are incredibly impactful and incredibly complicated to introduce well. It's honestly, it is why as my DMing has progressed, I have started shrinking the scope of my campaigns. So like from, planar hopping, world traversing to just world traversing, then to just continent traversing. And then I, ran bit D that is all within one city. Like the longer I ran, the more I started shrinking the scope of the land and the variety of land that they can traverse, at least for long periods of time. Because introducing new stuff is fucking hard. It's really complicated. So, yeah. I think that's the reason that I've gone so long on these two, for how short the actual episode was.
Your mind hits that these are probably offerings. These are things that are left as some sort of offering to this bear-like spirit entity that exists in this cave. The bear, which is now coming up towards you on the ground. Looks at Keyleth.
I can't speak with animals.
Okay, you can't speak with animals.
Yeah.
Like I taught you.
And I say, we mean you no harm, great ghost bear. In fact, we brought you an offering and we just accidentally touched the other offering of yours.
Où est la bibliothèque?
The cheese is old and moldy.
None of the bear's face moves at all, but an echoing voice in common, not animal speak, comes blasting into both of your minds. And those of you guys outside of the trees trying to find a way through also hear this echo.
You have entered the domain of Orlan. You destroy and disgrace that which was gifted. What do you offer in response to your travesty?
Never mind, I like it. Oh no! I just spent 45 minutes arguing about it, but I like it. A thought that I had right towards the end of our argument and discussion is that, wait a second, Matt didn't have them roll initiative. And oh, they automatically went to write their notes. I know. Never mind, I like it because he's essentially fly-trapped them to where they are forced to interact with the demon guy, and then the demon guy, bruh, we danced with you because you wanted to dance, kinda. But it's like he didn't foreshadow the danger a lot. He foreshadowed it minorly with all the offerings, which, I mean, I put in my notes. I was like, offerings. So I can't say that he didn't foreshadow that, because I fucking caught it. But then, once they dip their toe, he gives them an out, but not a natural out that relies on their capabilities. It's an out that relies on the grace of the threat. If the threat doesn't want to let them go, they're dead, is what this is now saying to me. But he is saying, give me something in return, which establishes that maybe large threats can be bargained with. So it is still minorly lowering that discouragement on exploration, but now it's encouraging social bargaining, which we also got with Garmelie. So, and the fact that that it's not going to be so disconnected, they are not going to survive based on their capabilities. They are surviving based on the grace of this other creature. And they don't know if the next threat they encounter will have the same grace. So I think it still goes towards, actually, I take it back. I think it still enhances the sense of discouraging exploration. There's a comment in the spoilers chat that's basically something saying that you went on a tangent about something you would like. They were correct. But I don't regret it. I like doing that because then you guys, I think that is legitimately one of the benefits of doing it all blind, and that is one of the aspects. Hey, I love Mike. I love Mike to death. But that's one of the aspects that Critical Role Demystified can never capture. It can never capture the in-the-moment mind change when I get one extra piece of information. And I think that that's good for you guys to see. I think that's like a cool thing. And it's good for me to see, honestly. It's sort of the extended trolley problem of this is bad, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Wait a second. That actually makes it good, though. Because speaking of DM control, Matt didn't have to do that. They could have just gotten into combat. But Matt made it to where Orlan, whatever his name is, Ortan? I actually do want to throw it in a note. You've entered the domain of Orlan. Yeah, he made it a thing where Orlan has come to bargain, and that's cool. Yeah, the moment that he said he came to bargain, I was like, oh no, oh no, I like it. Wait.
Yeah, well,
We have a hat.
Oh,
We have
do
a
you
really
really
good
have
hat.
I've got an old tobacco box I got from Lost and Found. Wait,
Oh,
of
yeah,
that
that's pretty
thing?
good. I offer him a tea set.
As you pull the tea set up, the bear claw reaches out and smashes it out of your hand. It goes scattered and breaking against one of the stones.
You walk into the realm of the wild, unwashed, unrespecting. The beasts of this land hold no kinship with you. You will prove the offering yourself.
No,
And the
I
tongue
turn
licks the lips.
in what? I turn into a giant scorpion. Gah!
The scorpion form takes form as it does the bear.
You want an offering? You can have mine.
Make a persuasion check on that.
Oh God.
By the way, am I in with them or outside?
You're outside.
21. Good job, Dylan. Thank you.
I sense you have kinship with beasts. You may pass, though I will not forgive this infraction. You shall be the prize.
Oh, God.
The giant bear is now looming over you now, and its size is so immense, probably 15, 20 feet at the top of its shoulders.
I
call
drop my
trinket?
polymorph.
Trinket.
Okay, Trinket leaps out of your necklace and lands right beside you and just roars. Up to the spirit. The spirit pulls back. Roars back. And Trinket is so tiny by comparison.
He's
It's like
little
up to
and
the
so
elbow.
cute.
But Trinket lashes out at the giant bear, just leaps up towards it, pushes into it, and kind of starts tearing at its throat. The giant bear takes Trinket with one claw and slams it into the ground. Trinket rolls and gets back up. You can see a little blood at the corner of its mouth and just lunges.
And even though we're doing combat, we're still not rolling initiative. We're still not actually in combat. Continuing, I think, to solidify to Vox Machina, or not to Vox Machina, sorry, to the players, that there's a non-violent route through this. Because if we had rolled initiative, we're in combat. It's hard to pull players out of initiative. you can do it. And like sometimes players will try to non-violently approach things once they're in initiative, but I think it's rare and it's hard. So I think, again, sinking into Matt running this well, I think that not going into initiative is the smart choice if you don't want them to fight it, which I don't think Matt does at this point now.
Again, this time jumping up onto the bear's back and clawing up onto its top.
Go, Trinket!
The bear kind of...
He's pretty cool.
The bear head looks up at Trinket, now gnawing onto its hide, seemingly to no real effect. And the bear just reaches up and grabs Trinket and plucks him off the side and sets it down next to you. The bear now begins to speak in the language of bears, which only you can understand at this moment. It says,
You walk with this one. Is she your charge?
and Trinket voices back. You hear the up to the bear as you hear coming out.
She is everything. Her life is mine. You take her, you take me. Or we walk on and remember you as a kind soul.
The giant bear looks down.
Very well. If you were at her side, I take your charge as well.
And the spirit bear steps forward, passing through you, and passing through Trinket's form, and what feels like this rush of warm air, and then
like that
disperses
scene in
into a series of
Avatar?
sparkles. You watch the energy slowly drift down and fade into the ground around you, and everything gets quiet. The trees slowly creak back and open the perimeter of this forest around you, leaving you alone. And Trinket comes up and kind of licks your face. As he's looking at you, you look down and you can see the necklace that you hold is actually kind of shimmering with the blue light that passed through you, and it slowly fades to its dark, normal form.
You're part bear now.
So that's your new item card for the rating. So,
I don't know.
So I gotta finish this quickly because we gotta get to the Q&A. But as of this point in time, I'll give you an ability card. But Trinket now benefits from your Hunter's Mark. And has an ability called Primal Fury he can use once per short rest that I'll get to next episode.
Okay.
As you all gather around this moment of silence, this quiet tension that is now dispersed, you see Trinket lift up Vex from the base of her cloak and put her back on her feet, nuzzles the side of her, and you can see the trees open up ahead a little wider than they were before, leaving some moonlight to hit the two of them. And that's where we'll go ahead and leave this session this week.
All right, I held myself back from talking so much. Also, is chat broken? I just want to make sure. Okay, I don't think it is. Very cute. Is it bad to say that I think my opinion has flipped? I actually think that Matt was too easy on him. I think that Matt was a little too easy on him. We're here. All right, cool. Flipping from "you have invaded my domain" to "I'll become a magic item for you." It's I don't know. Wait, I'm gonna put you guys on screen. Wait. Top monitor. Wait, we can get chat on screen. We can do it. There we go. Let's go. Look at that. You guys are here. You're back. Woo! Encouraging exploration too much? Yeah, kinda. A little. Hey, if you go and explore a random nook and cranny, you're gonna get a cool bear spirit. Try to figure out if this is a boon or a regular class feature. I guess that is a good question. Is this just a ranger thing? If it's just a regular ranger thing, and that's because I don't know the ranger class like the back of my hand. Ranger 5e. If it's just a regular Beastmaster thing, that's one thing. But if it's a special thing, yeah, that's a little kind, I would say. Bestial Fury at 11th. Share spells. Maybe it's like the shares. Wait, is this? Wait. Is this actually the Beastmaster Conclave, or is this homebrew? I can't even tell. Regardless. It's not a class feature. Okay. Yeah. The Magic Starbuyer from the Feywild says, Rangers suck, let me give you a hand. You need all the help you can get, Lamau. Yeah, it's like... I think I've come back to fully neutral on that interaction. I think at first I really didn't like it. And then after he offered them a deal, I was like, yes, that's cool. Like, they need to offer him something of value in order to get out of this. That will really, like, make them understand the potential consequences and the potential threats that exist within the Feywild. Like, that'll stick it in their brains. And then instead of having them pay anything, instead Trinket fucking charisma checked, I guess. But not actually. And got them a new magic item. Instead of them having to pay, they just like got it. Which maybe is like the chaotic nature. But at this point, both of the things that could have been considered threats have wound out to be positives. It's been the nymph and Star Bear, who's now in our locket. I don't know. It's a little kind for me, honestly. It's a little like, fuck around with anything that I show you. I know everyone has been telling you not to fuck around with anything, but honestly, the things that I have showed you have been the nymph, who was cool, Garmelie, who is now your bud and is showing you where the Shade Merc is, and the Star Bear, which gave you an upgrade, a boon. So it's actually kind of like, I know everyone's telling you not to fuck with shit, but actually fuck with all the shit. It's never gonna go wrong. Which, to bring it back to DM control, if he is sparing with what he inputs and what he introduces, and he only introduces things that stay on that theme, then that can work, and we could still get through it at a good pace. And it's just it just introduces a dissonance between what they're being shown and what they're being told, both in the environmental storytelling and in the literal storytelling. It's very Ludo. It's not even Ludo narrative dissonance. It's just narrative dissonance. But if the dissonance is consistent enough, I could write it off as Feywild weirdness. I could get there and just say, Feywild weirdness, what are you going to do? If it's consistent, I could get there. Interesting. You wanted to give 2014 Ranger a small buff and also establish the Feywild as a Vex arc. I mean, he's already been giving Vex some shit. He gave her an extra ability a while ago from Seek or Assume. Or maybe that's actually not maybe that's just hide in plain sight. It actually might have just been hide in plain sight. Regardless. Maybe. It's weird though, because I think that it was established as a Vex arc in Singorn. I feel like. And I feel like she did it herself. I honestly feel like Starbear, to me, does not indicate Vex arc. Like, I think it does in like a very like blurry, you need a better prescription on your glasses sort of way. But it's like, it's totally disconnected from the actual arc, like from Fenthros. She didn't like make the argument of like, I need to get Fenthros to do this. It was just like total happenstance. Starbear's not connected to Fenthros that the party is aware of. If the Starbear became connected to Fenthros, that might establish it as a Vex arc. But right now he's not, so I don't think it establishes it. And she didn't like use anything related to Fenthros or, you know? So I don't know, but maybe it'll get there. Maybe the Starbear will become connected to Fenthros, and that'll drive things home a little bit. This thing that was seemingly disconnected will become connected later. But like I said, I think we're already most of the way there in establishing it as a Vex arc, so I don't really think we need much more. So, fair enough. Are you complaining about the mercurial temperament of the Fae? Maybe. Yeah, you might have gotten me there. Maybe. I feel like we don't really know how good that interaction was on paper. If it hadn't been so rushed, perhaps Matt had a better plan to roll it out. Perhaps. Yeah, we could also chalk it up to 3-hour format issues. That could also be a factor there. That's why I'm kind of saying I'm going back to neutral on it. There are still some things that I'm not happy with about it. But there are a lot of things that can be chalked up to either it'll pay off later. It's like kind of fine if it never pays off. And it might have been a meta constraint issue. That's why I've come back to neutral. I liked enough about it. I liked the fact that there was the conceit of a deal. They've still established that threats that seem like they can just fucking bonk the shit out of them exist. They've established implied lair actions. I think implied lair actions. And those are good, probably. Now that we're kind of drawing a pattern of them, I feel comfortable calling it neutral for me. Yeah. We also started with Percy being blinded. Yeah, they're level 13. What does blinding do? When do you get cure blindness? Is that even a spell? It's probably a spell. What is it, Lesser Restoration? Lesser Restoration 5e. Yeah. That cures blindness. That's a 2nd level spell. They've got so many spellcasters. They're fine. Then they've got one that can Zoom call in to heal the blindness. Now, if they'd had a combat while he was blind, that would have been scary. That would have been very scary. But they didn't. Yeah. I mean, it's the vestige that's obviously meant for her, like how the stone knuckles were Grog's arc. No. Sorry. What I mean by that is like I mean, okay. The Titanstone Knuckles were meant for Grog. But I would also kind of say that Grog's arc was kind of disconnected from the vestige. But I do know it can be symbolic of the arc. However, that's only been true for one of our 3 vestiges. Like, the Raven Queen armor was not a clear player arc. And Mythcarver, I mean, they didn't even really know they were going to get Mythcarver. But it is clearly meant for her, so in the case where there is a vestige that's clearly meant for them, I didn't feel comfortable saying this is so obviously and clearly a Vex arc, because I don't think that had been established with the vestiges yet. With 2 of the vestiges, we didn't even really know what they did before we got them. And with the other one, there were so many other things that made it his arc. And there are other things that make this Vex's arc. But I also didn't really know if those things were going to be like applicable. Like, I honestly didn't know if we would run into Singorn. And that was honestly when it became a Vex arc for me. In the same way that Craven Edge and, to a larger extent, Kevdak, I think made it a Grog arc for me. I didn't know if we were going to bounce to Singorn. I theorized that we would, but a lot of my theory has been wrong so far. It at least seems. So I didn't know if they would head to Singorn. I didn't know if their dad would be there. I didn't know if we were going to focus on Vex or Vax in Singorn, but it definitely feels like we focused more on Vex. So I think that Singorn, for me, made it much more of a Vex arc. And the bow was just the thing that drew us there. Now, it is an interesting lesson, maybe a take-home lesson, that you can use these vestiges and place them carefully to draw players towards character or towards places and locations and characters that will facilitate player arcs. That requires a little bit of an understanding, which I think these players have, of like when to sort of activate their player arcs. Like Vex held off on kind of activating her arc until they went to the Feywild. And then once they were in the Feywild, she very purposefully activated it. So I think it requires a little bit of coordination there, but I think it can very much work. And I think now that I've seen this, I'll be sort of on the lookout. Like, if we see them go after, like, a Keyleth relic, it'll be interesting to see if it's related to an Aramente spot, or they get some clues about her mom there. Because this is sort of establishing that pattern for me that I wasn't quite sure about before, but I think I'm gaining confidence that that's kind of how this is going to go. Now that the episode is over, I can give my opinions on why the bear was there. Why the bear was there. I like the roller coaster. The moment that it wasn't combat, it became much more of a roller coaster moment for me, I think. Yeah. Scary Fey trick. You fall asleep in the Feywild and wake up with your heart gone and an egg in its place. And if you don't serve a Fey quest or find your hearts, the egg will hatch and you will die. Jesus. Oh my God. It's like Phylactery 2.0. Oh no. I have a conspiracy theory that the Ravenar was not originally meant for Vax. I think that's very fair. Like, Mythcarver went to Scanlan, and I think is very clearly meant for him. But I think it could very easily be postulated that the Deathwalker's Ward or whatever was not originally meant for Vax. And that's sort of even what I mean, where like predicting the vestige hunts as player arcs requires the players to be on board with it. So, like, whoever that arc was for, honestly, a little vague if you ask me. Like, I could maybe see it being potentially for Vex originally. I could see it being... No, not really. Maybe for Percy, like taking on a new sort of deity sort of situation. Maybe Scanlan, but probably Percy. But it kind of requires the player to kind of activate the arc. And so it's hard to predict ahead of time, just based on the vestige, if it will actually wind up being a player arc, even if we know what the vestige does. And so that's why I don't think I really consider it a player arc until she got to Singorn. And now I do. Now I pretty solidly view it as a Vex arc. I think Matt wanted to give Laura something to make her feel like Trinket matters. My belief is that this was a decision he made to make his friend happy. That's fair. That's super fair. And I think that, again, I was conceptualizing this and my analysis from the standpoint of what has been told to them so far throughout the Feywild. But honestly, my reaction is maybe even a bit of a lesson in show don't tell. I feel like we have been told repeatedly, over and over, by everyone, don't touch shit, don't go to strange places, beeline for your destination, and do not get distracted, do not fuck with shit. That's what we've been told. But honestly, what we've been shown is that if you fuck around, you're probably not really gonna find out. You know what I'm saying? It's probably not that big a deal. You'll be able to fix it pretty quick. But I was really in the mindset of what had been told. Of, hey, you know, if he had told them repeatedly, don't fuck with shit, don't fuck with shit. But to take away the show part of it, they knew that they were probably fine. Because that's what they'd been shown throughout this. Now, that being said, I do think that's a bit of an indictment on how much they've been told how dangerous everything is. I think if you can have some people say that, but maybe have some people contradict it, like, it's not that bad. You know, the Fae, you know, they're different, but they're not outward, or they're not, you know, explicitly hostile. You just have to know how to deal with them, how to handle them, that sort of thing. I think that sort of statement could remove a bit of the dissonance, because right now I think that there is some dissonance between the show and the tell. But basing on what has been shown, I think this was fine. I think it was fine, and I think that it accomplished, because I think that's fair to read into his design intentions for this Starbear. And I would say, man, if that's your intention, you should not have presented it as a threat. But based on what they've been shown, he was probably fine to do that. Because I would be, if that was my intention and I had told the players all of this stuff, I wouldn't have constructed it how Matt did, because I would be too worried that they would not interact with it. And if I want to give my friends something, I want them to interact with it. I want to put out better bait. And so maybe that's the big thing, is that I was misunderstanding the bait. You know, there was too much of a perceived threat behind it for the bait to make sense to me. But honestly, the threat is not as big as I was thinking it was. And the way that the players are perceiving the threat is not as intense as I was perceiving it. And I think that that's probably a big difference point. I was conceiving of the threat so much larger than they were. Yeah. I love the fairy tale of the giant that hid its heart in an egg below with a duck on a well on an island somewhere magical. Oh, the what is it? Not Matryoshka doll. What is it? Nesting dolls. What are they called? Matryoshka? Oh yeah, Matryoshka. Hopefully I'm saying it right. But yeah, it's the needle in a haystack Matryoshka doll sort of deal. Yeah. I agree. It sounds a little silly, but things inside of other things is fun. I like the idea that Fenthros, I've never said this explicitly. I like that Fenthros is inside a tree. It sounds a little silly when I say it that way, but it gives a lot more layers of symbology, of metaphor. It allows for more variance in the environment around it. It allows for more creativity in the fight. If it's inside of a tree rather than on a pedestal or in a chest. And even we're already seeing it have a positive effect where they're considering tree stride and Keyleth's, druidy abilities to maybe subvert the obstacle in a way that they wouldn't be able to if it was, displayed some other more normal way. So I like things being in other things. Yeah. Which again, a little bit of a silly statement, but it's true. You seem to be very sensitive to identifying dissonance in table goals and game design dynamics. If so, why do you think that is? Seems like your concern runs more specific than most convos I've had. Yeah, I think you're right. I think one of my I think I have two overarching priorities that are kind of linked together. I kind of believe that you can run any type of game you want to, and they are all equally special and valid. But I think that one of the core aspects of TTRPGs that no other medium has is combining a high degree of investment with legitimate challenges and stakes to overcome. Because I think something like LARP or storytelling will only ever have the stakes that the author wants it to have, right? When you read a book, you can invest as hard as you want in the world of the book. Or even same thing in LARP. I don't know too much about LARP, so I won't continue making analogies to it. But at the end of the day, the stakes are always shaky because there are no mechanics to allow you to agree on detailed challenges that have a very particular fail state. And so I think that for me, TTRPGs are so interesting because they have that. They have a very easy way and a very low cost way to define stakes within a story, which I think makes the story, number one, easier to invest in and even more rewarding, can be even more rewarding to invest in. So I'm really focused on keeping my players invested in the story. Whether the story is funny, silly, dramatic, gothic, whatever the story is like, whatever the world is like, you can play a very silly Acquisitions Incorporated type beat and still have major investment. I don't think that tone dictates investment, right? And I think one of the number one investment killers is what I would call friction. But I think it's sort of related to this dissonance that we're talking about. Is like dissonance in table goals and game design dynamics and prep dynamics. Dissonance in that, I think, is one of the most basic investment killers from my perspective. And so because my number one priority is to maximize investment, kind of beyond a lot of other stuff, a kind of fallout sub-goal from that is to minimize dissonance and friction. I want you to be able to invest in your character and get there as quickly as possible at the start of a session and stay there for as long as possible throughout the session. I want to maximize that sort of ratio of you being invested in your character versus not. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's where the I think that's why that is. Yeah. I'll think about it more because there might be a more complicated answer. But that's the simple kind of gut answer that comes to me. Yeah. The features that that was the simple answer. The features that were given were more revealed in the Q&A after stream and posted online between the episodes, but not really revealed on stream. John has posted the blog post in the general channel on the Discord. Okay, cool. This has been a long one, obviously. My voice is starting to go. Oh, and that's our second take a break since the last one. So I'll probably wind it down. I'll look at that before the start of the next step. LARPing is too exhausting. If I wanted to run around, I'd play laser tag. Yeah, let me eat a sandwich while I stack pretty plastic dice in piles instead. Honestly, to me, which is even so funny, when you say that, I'm like, yeah, that's actually a big problem with investing in LARP, is that if your physical capabilities do not match the fantasy, that breaks investment. That is a dissonance. That's a friction towards investing into that character because you cannot embody them, which is why I like TTRPGs so much, because they have mechanics to handle the things that we cannot physically do. I think that's the coolest part about TTRPGs. And why I think it allows for such extreme investment as opposed to other mediums. Yeah. I appreciate your explanation about investment. Thanks for answering. Yeah. I think part of the kind of almost, and I'll sort of leave stream with this. One of the things I hit on towards the end of that conversation is I am not afraid to change my mind, but I also argue confidently. I argue as confidently as Vox Machina killing old people. Without hesitation. But I will also, potentially change my mind. I think even over the course of our conversation, before I found the thing that really switched my mindset, I softened on my opinion a little bit in certain aspects. We kind of got down to the real detailed disagreements. And And I think that's why I like Critical Eyes, is both from a perspective of watching it and learning through watching Critical Role, but also learning about these thought processes through discussing them and through you guys watching my mind shift and change. Like, I know that people have said, like, oh, you were, like, so hard on this earlier in the campaign, you don't bring it up anymore. Sometimes that's because I just think it's old news, but sometimes it's because my opinion has shifted over the course of the campaign. And I've gotten more context, and I think that is a very illuminating aspect to this. Is, again, when I think something is like good, and then there's a piece of information that retroactively changes things to bad, or vice versa. Bad, piece of information leads it into good. Retroactively changes things to good. Because it's both revealing from the aspect of how your players will perceive things, as well as to the complicated nature of a lot of this stuff, where a lot of bad things, or honestly, just a lot of things can be put together to be bad, but then one extra thing can be added, and suddenly they're all good. Or again, vice versa. A lot of good things can be added together and be good, but then you add one little factor, and it retroactively makes everything bad. And that's one of the things I like about doing this, is seeing those moments for myself on where is the event horizon for all of those specific things. What is the thing that took it? For me, it was them not going into combat, which I had just taken as an assumption. Of course they're going to go into combat, but then they didn't. That's super revealing for me. That's super revealing of all of these things that I thought I didn't like about the situation. And then the moment they don't go into combat, I'm like, oh no, I would absolutely run this. I didn't think I would have up until right now. But now I know that those things are on the table for me as long as I end it in a certain way. And then the way that it really got carried out didn't leave me satisfied. I found the entire situation acceptable, but generally unsatisfying to me, which is even more revealing. Now, if I want to run a similar sort of situation, I know what things I need to do to personally satisfy myself from my own game design perspective. So it's really helped me think about my own D&D philosophy a lot. I did not think about D&D nearly this much before I started this series. Not even close. Yeah. DTRPGs are fascinating for their implications. Yeah. OP brother flavored terrain. Yeah. I also argue with 100% confidence until I'm convinced otherwise, then change my mind. Yeah. I've been told it's aggravating to see me do a 180 from passion to cool okay. It leaves others unsatisfied. Yes. Paige has told me this literal exact thing. That it is very unsatisfying when I am suddenly on her side. And I'm like, no, it's just that I argue with confidence and with passion up until like the 51%. And then the moment it ticks over, I'm good. I don't know how to not. I've been actually trying recently. I think I mentioned it on stream. I've been trying recently, but especially when we really get into it, my executive functioning declines, and it makes it more difficult for me to not. I also wish the negotiation had gone longer, because that's a great type of D&D roleplay, negotiation with a powerful beast. Absolutely. But I also think, from Matt's perspective, I think Vox was getting a little bit desperate, and they might have started swinging if he didn't accept soon, which is part of knowing your party, knowing your table, knowing when continuing on with what is good will wind up having a detrimental end. That is part of, I guess, fudging the plot to an extent, because you know your party well enough. But that's rampant speculation on my part. So who knows how it would have gone. But yeah, I'll leave it there. Holy shit. I did not picture this one going longer than the last one. This, with both combined, was an 11-hour ep. Off of, I think, like 2.5 of in-game time. Or in-session time. It probably wouldn't have gone that long if I'd done it all in one sitting. I would have gotten more tired. But, woo! Oh my gosh. So I'm gonna bounce. And like I said earlier, Tuesday is PHB 2024. I don't know what time yet. We'll see. I would plan on sometime in the afternoon if I were you. I think my minimum is probably going to be like, well, actually, I don't even want to say that. Afternoon Central Time is when I think it'll be. But if I get a more specific time, I will try to have it be as soon as it's available. So we'll see. But with that, I will leave you all. Goodbye. Thank you so much for watching. And have a good one. Goodbye.